Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. For Tuesday, January the 2nd. Welcome to the pre-market show, the Trade Ideas pre-market show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your. All right, got to do that again. I know some of you and YouTube heard me. So Happy New Year, everybody. I forgot to turn on the mic. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, January the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Derek, in our YouTube room. And yes, great. Okay, you guys can hear me. So definitely a bit of a geopolitical thing happening. Just keep an eye on the shippers, guys. ZIM looks like to be the leader here. ZIM with what's happening with oil and shipping and all that. So keep an eye on ZIM. This still has a little bit of room, but when I looked at Fro, I didn't see Fro. Fro usually is pretty active also. But I didn't see Fro as active. FRO actually it was very active, but it fell quite a bit. So, but keep an eye on Fro and ZIM, and look at Bitcoin. My goodness, Bitcoin, BITO. I know I'm on a delay, but it looks like it's up $2,000 today. So look at Bitcoin, BITO. No point in going over a lot of the Bitcoin plays. You know, there's this one here is on the list, WULF. Actually, it's not a Bitcoin play. So yeah, it is a Bitcoin play. Well, when you read this, photographic film, paper plate, and chemical manufacturer, I was pretty sure it was a Bitcoin play, and it is a Bitcoin play. So anyway, WULF is on this list. RBK, ARBK, BTC, NE, lots and lots of Bitcoin plays right now. But if you just want to follow, the kind of the ETF for it, just take a look at BITO. What a gap! What a move! Yeah, GNK and Sting, STNG. Yeah, so a lot of the shippers, guys. Thank you, Real. And good morning. And look at China. And a lot of these China stocks falling this morning. So I had to take a look at KWEB, and yeah, look at KWEB is down 1.8%. Not a huge drop, but nonetheless. Now, some of the other ones that are not Bitcoin, shipping, or China related, LBPH. LBPH. This is up on positive top line data from the Pacific study. So this is a big move for LBPH. Actually hit 1840 or 1850 in the pre-market. Pretty low float, 17 million in the float. A lot of volume already, 3.5 million. Massive gap up. And it is actually shortable for me. It is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 232,000 shares. You too, Zen, and everybody else, in terms of Happy New Year and all. Well, let's get back to work. Market's in for we're in for a pretty bad open. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. SPY has been not drifting down. Cort, C-O-R-T, C-O-R-T, hit hard here. Lost a patent dispute with Teva. Oh, this is Cort. But interestingly, when I looked at Teva, I thought Teva might be quite a bit up, but it is not. At least it wasn't. Let's take a look at Teva, Teva. Yeah, like Teva's not up. Interesting. Maybe a delayed reaction coming. I really don't know. Voyager, VYGR. The company announced a strategic collaboration with Novartis. Okay. AVXL. I think this got hit hard. AVXL. Yeah, look at this. After the company announced the clinical global impression was not met, phase two. That's pretty bad. Somewhat late, phase two slash three. So data points not met. Stock's getting crushed here, 35% down now. SNTG, SNTG. Another one just crushed. They're down 31%. Trying to figure out, I couldn't see a reason for this. Could not see a reason for this one. No. And one another small one that had gapped up was NGM. NGM up 24%, a lot of volume. Rises on takeover interest. Okay, so takeover interest from the shareholder group. Okay, guys. So again, Bitcoin, and perhaps the shippers today. All right, I'm going to take now a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. My guess is that we're going to have a ton of them on either side after the analysts basically took a couple of weeks off. And the end, that is correct. So there's no way I can get to them all. Let me see if I can find anything that might be interesting. So what I'm looking for on the upgrade side, I'm looking to see if there's a an upgrade price target that looks a little out of whack. Okay, let's take a look at AOSL as an example. AOSL, got a price target of 34. What's the price at now, though? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so price target of 34, sitting at 26 now. Yeah, there's just way too many guys. It looks like there's about 50 on the list of the upgrades. SPT, take a look at SPT. So Cantor Fitzgerald has a price target of 74 on them. This is a $62 stock right now. So really what I'm going to look at, we got Moderna. Boy, a big price target. Let's take a look at Moderna by Oppenheimer. Let's take a look at the price, current price. So Oppenheimer's put a 142 price target on Moderna, mRNA. That is a big leap. Now, of course, when we're talking about these price targets, nobody's saying it's going to get there. Take a look at the downgrades. It's again it's a huge. Both lists are huge. Interesting. What I really am also looking for, I'm looking to see if there had been one stock maybe been downgraded by multiple firms, and I just don't see any. All right. All right. Well, let's take a look now at the sectors. Now, again, we're in for a week open. At 4 o'clock Eastern time, things look pretty decent, but since 5:45 Eastern time, the market has really starting to give it up a bit. So from the toolbar, I will click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Scroll down to Show More and Sector Status. Take a look at this. Look, keep an eye on that LBPH, guys. Boy, that looks like it wants to take out the pre-market high. LBPH. So sector status. So as yes, oil prices went up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Stocks that make up XLE 100%. What does that mean? It means that 100% of them are up from Friday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And you look at every other sector and it is well below the 50% mark. Now, the other thing I want to do is now check. Now, energy, I think, dipped down below on Friday. Yeah, energy dipped down below the 200-day moving average on Friday, held underneath. But today, you can just see it's right at it, 84.52, 84.38 right now, the price. So we'll see if if energy continues to move a little bit higher today, maybe get above that 200-day again. And consumer staples still was a holdout in terms of being above the 200-day moving average. Getting closer, closer, and closer and closer, guys. Then utilities was the other one I think that was down below. Yeah, close, but still below. So we've got three of the major sectors: utilities and energy, barely, and consumer staples below the 200-day moving average. Everything else is above. So we still have a 25% off code, guys. It's you just can't use mine, the Barry 25. I will give you if you're interested. I will give you the 25% code. You go to my homepage. You just won't use Barry 25. I'll give you another code that you can use. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the LBPH. LBPH again. There's the pre-market high, 1843. So starting to get closer and closer. Low float, 17 million in the float. A lot of volume. Look at that volume already. More than a quarter of the float. Again, guys, there's no point going over all the Bitcoin plays, but all the usual suspects: Coin, Mara, Riot. Though, look at this, Coin is starting to drift down a bit. Actually, interesting. BITO, I don't think is doing the same thing. No, so coin is, relative to what a lot of the Bitcoin plays are doing, it's kind of weakening. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. SNES, excuse me, on the move a little bit here, guys. SNES. Expansion of distribution with Pestomators, okay. What do they do? Okay, pesticides and stuff, okay. Yeah, I forgot to mention Ribbon, guys, RIVN. Yeah, they came out with their Mrs. Quarterly delivery, missed the market estimates of its fourth quarter deliveries, delivered 13,972, is below the estimates of 14,430, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the reason for Rivian, why it's weak or why it's weak this morning so far, RIVN. Though it's had a couple of nice bounces. Got down to 21.23, down to 21.48, a couple of bottoming tails and bouncing off those bottoming tails. All right. Tandem. Look at Tandem, TNDM, making a little bit of a move here. Okay, the 15-minute chart is not correct. I'm not getting any pre-market action in that chart. SNES, guys, SNES is on the move here. Probably a low float. Yeah, 6.4 million in the float. Next high looking left is 226. So they're at 218 or so. 214 actually. So there is some room. So that LBPH continues to move here. One of the biggest mover in the pre-market, up 182%. So I am going to put a price alert at around 1857. See if it takes out that pre-market high. If it does that, I don't know where the next. Take a look at a monthly chart. Check to see where the next highs are. Looks like we've got a high at 1850. This is back in over 2 years ago. 1850. Just looking at the monthly chart right there. You can see that's almost exactly where it got to. So there was the high 1850, and here was the high in the pre-market at 1843. So, I mean, that little high right there may be stalling it. I just approached it again, guys. Boy, that just approached it again. 1844 takes that out. Well, I should have checked to see if it does take that out. Where's the next high? Looks like it is 1895. So between the current price of 1795 and 1895, there's one little obstacle, and then that if it can take that out, though, this could turn into a lifetime high. Just looking at my position in the lifetime range, my guess is that that is a lifetime high at 1895 or so. Happy New Year to people down here, man. Imagine holding this one for all this time, closing on Friday at around $6, and you wake up to this. But yeah, I checked again. It is still shortable at Interactive Brokers, 200,000 shares. Not that I want to short it at any time. It's just interesting to me that there are shorts available. So Mr. Adam F. posting on Twitter, the big imbalance in baseline seizure counts are two key factors that have dampened my take on the data. So he's weighing in, and he's got a lot of people who follow him. Adam Feuerstein, that's how you pronounce his name. So he's throwing a little cold water on this data. But so far, it doesn't matter yet. So it just briefly took out the pre-market high. Oh boy, and now it really took out the pre-market high. And now it's basically, as I said, almost an all-time high. Look at it go. So now this is an all-time high for LBPH. Well, I don't know if it was my target, but it certainly took out that high here, and now the pre-market. Now it's a lifetime high. Well, excitement already in the new year with this one. One of the reasons, of course, 17 million in the float. Very low float, 17 million in the float. Low supply, high demand because of the news, causing this one to pop. But again, if you took this one, just be awfully careful because it can drop really quickly also because of that float. Pre-market actives up and down, Torty. So that this is what I'm using. Okay, don't worry so much about the gap up and gap down. This is what I use: the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are top lists. This is what I use on my homepage. Click on my homepage link. Somebody's asking where am I getting these? The pre-market actives up and down. Just click on my link. Oops. Scroll down until you see this intersection, which are the scans, and just this is it. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, that's all you really need in terms of following the pre-market active. Wow, that's why I name them the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Yeah, this is essentially saying I'm just going to our channel. It's essentially the same. I know what you're talking about. This is I don't really need this. I have this. I'm just kind of lazy to take it out, to be honest. You're talking about these alerts, but it's all here. It's all really here, guys. Okay, in these top lists. All right, guys, 9:28. So let's see, the market's going to open in about a little less than 2 minutes from now. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, I believe on Friday we did not have one in the abnormal option activity in the 10-day daily breakout. This is my scan I pay attention to all day long. I don't think we had one on Friday, but I will be paying attention to it all day long. If we get any alerts, I'm sure we probably should get some alerts today, but we don't get too many alerts regardless, maybe 4 or 5 a day. Yeah, it's just a matter of, where, PJ, like all these, the tremendous bounce plays and topping plays, and they look so fabulous after the fact. But where's the V? Like, there's no moving average that I can see that comes into play. The VWAP is at 1587, so that's not in play really. It's just, it's, I mean, you have that. I know I have the feeling that this is not going to sustain itself, but where am I going to get in? And it's a low float. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this and get set for this open today. So let's have a great start to this 2024. The days when you used to write checks, it was always a pain for the first month. All right, guys, we're open. We are open. Well, there's 20. There you go. So, the feeling was, how much more can this go? Well, more so far. Wow. Just continuing to move here, guys. I'm not in this one, so but just continuing to move here. LBPH. I see Rivian showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. RIVN. I mean, it's got room underneath 2029. Just a little early for me. But if you're a little less conservative than I am, all right. So the market's in mini recovery. Okay, we're down to 471, back up to 472. We have a green bar to start. APLT. I did see this one in the pre-market. APLT. I think I did. Yeah, we're just kind of chopping, not chopping. There didn't seem to be that much enthusiasm, but APLT, the market opened and some volume coming in now. So there is your big pullback, but again, hard to predict when it's going to happen. 2153, 1888 now. I mean, it looks after the fact, it looks awesome. Mankind, MNKD, Mankind. Oh, this used to be a super active one years ago. Anyway, I mean, C. Wow, are you kidding me? C in the normal option activity. 5 times normal option activity today for C for some reason for Citigroup. Meanwhile, Rivian continues down, guys. I just don't like to trade in that first 15 minutes. China education stock, guys. EDU, EDU. Now, China itself is weak. Okay, KWeb. If you look at KWeb, there's China EDU. Let's take a look at TAL. See if it's following suit. Yeah, it is. And look at Zim, guys. Look at ZIM, the shipper. Look at this move here. Yeah, real mentioned CVS. CVS is on the move for sure. Little breakout on the daily chart now. Volume came in. Big float, 1.26 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep this moving. Okay, maybe that now. Remember, I was talking about Tiva. Maybe a delayed reaction. Wow, this is super delayed reaction. So CORT is down because they lost a patent dispute with Tiva. These are These guys are generic drug manufacturers, and there was really no action. I mean, now there is. Now for Tiva there is. I don't know if it's just a delayed, super delayed reaction because that news hit, I think, even after hours on Friday. But and it's also a big float, 1.1 billion in the float. So it's hard to imagine it's going to have much more of a move than this. But back, what did I get to? 1072, and I got up to 1074. 1072 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart, anyway. Yeah, Verizon's on the move a little bit. VZ. The stock that's moving higher is Mondelez, MDLZ, another stock that's kind of moving higher. Market's trying to put a little bit of a green bar to start. So CVS and Walgreens are moving. Hmm. I don't know if this is something to do with opioids and this McKinsey and all, but anyway, I don't know if that's the same with CVS, but WBA and CVS both are moving. Another one moving is Pfizer, PFE. PFE is moving. Pfizer is moving. Well, look at Tapestry here, TPR. So if somehow it can take out that 38 level, look left and there's a lot of room. I'm going to stick an alert there to see if it happens. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow for Tapestry, TPR. JP Morgan maintained with the price target of 46. So JP Morgan's got a $46 price target on Tapestry. It's sitting at 37 right now, 37 and a half. So you can Sands, LVS. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market, but ATHA, pretty low float, 27 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet, but that's 32 times normal. The volume right now, 32 times normal. Next high 289, probably too close. After that, a lot of resistance, probably around 3 also for ATHA. But some of these farmers are going crazy. Look at another one. So we've got CVS, we've got what was the other one? WBA, and we have Ironwood, IRWD. Shouldn't lump these guys in with CVS though, and I think they're yeah. Another one. Hello, oh, this is this offshoot. That's right. Okay, from Kellogg's. So this is from our AI also. So VYGR. So they did have some news this morning. VYGR. Another big drug company, BMY. Another one, Bristol Myers. So these drug companies are having a heck of a day. BMY, PFE, CVS, WBA. Though the last two, of course, are more drug stores or retail. These are manufacturers. Best Buy, BBY. Another one having a nice big red candle or green candle here. Not blasphemy. It's going long. It's up. No blasphemy. Look at this, BBY. Another big green candle here, guys. CDIO. So CDIO, unfortunately, I wish this weren't here. There could be some resistance right around 3, because if it can get through 3, it looks like it has a fair amount of room, but I'm not prepared to take that. There's VYGR, guys. So far, a nice alert from our AI. The alert was at 10:34, 10:80 now. Well, that's just rip tire here, guys. The VYGR and another one from our AI, NGM, another cheap one, 106, excuse me, 115 now. Okay, we're in the first 15. Now I'll start to look for myself. Looks like healthcare guys, healthcare stocks are just, that sector. How's XLV doing itself? Because I'm seeing a lot of pops for stocks involved, either farmers themselves or, yeah, look at XLV. XLV. So right now, this is a hot sector. Market might be down, but this is a hot sector right now, the healthcare sector. Even AVXL, which had some bad news, AVXL is coming off the bottoms here. AVXL. Well, SNGX, let's see how well it holds this $1 mark. I mean, it got up to 124 in the pre-market, or 120, yeah, 124 in the pre-market. Obviously the next high is way up here. When you look at the daily chart, way up here at 2. So there is room, and did have some news demonstrating complete protection against filovirus disease, et cetera, et cetera. So they do have some news. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. Look at the volume, 33 million, 820 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Too quick. That jumped way too quickly. We got the alert here in the super scan at 11:22, but that jumped immediately. Could not get it. And I know I want to take these in the simulator, but within reason. Yeah, I noticed that before, Jay. Coin was dropping, yet Bitcoin certainly was not. I'd like to take this VYGR, but maybe get a little bit of a pullback. Doesn't look like it's, well, it could happen. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So I had the alert at 11:22, but that, I mean, that was when I turned my, I mean, I only turned my head 1 second and looked to see where it was, and it was already at 11:70. So that just ripped right through that 11:22. Ah, yes, this POL, polished. Well, I remember this one from Friday. So the high on Friday looks like it's around 7:45. So You can kind of see if it takes that out. A very, very low float, 2 million in the float. Not a volume is picking up. And of course, why would we be looking at this? Because the next high after that, if it can somehow take that out, which is 745, is all the way up to 1085. So this one got up to 1172, and where's that next high? 1224, 1158. So it's did take that out briefly. I'm talking about the VYGR. Foot Locker guys, that fell. So it's Foot Locker. This has got some room. I mean, if it can take out, the price is 31.41 right now. The next high looking left is 31.55. And then there's 31.64. And then there's 31.55. You can kind of see if it can maybe get to the 31.70s. Would have another dollar until I hit that high over here. So for whatever reason, Foot Locker is not having a bad day. We're having a bit of a move here. A couple of green candles. Azari, ARRY. Problem is maybe too much resistance not that far away. I haven't even looked at the halts. Okay, another one, guys. INMD, but maybe coming into too much resistance around 23. All right. Well, here's a moment of truth right here for the POL. I mean, it is now at yesterday's high, Friday's high, just at Friday's high. Well, it was anyway. Well, I mean, let's see now. It's got the room now, obviously, for the POL. I mean, there's your next high way up there. But remember, it is a low float, so if you're taking this one, just be careful. Don't wander away from your computer. This looks like it's gonna get halted right now, guys. Right now, right now, right now, right now. Yes, it just got halted. POL just got halted. Watch it ask, and it was moving. Day 20, 821 was not moving. It's almost impossible for a stock that's moving this quickly. So we're in a halt now for POL. First halt of the day. Usually not bad. Usually the first halt is okay. Okay, meaning if you're in it at the next, usually you can get a pop from the halt price. Whoa, OGN, Organon, OGN. High is 13. Oh no, sorry. High is, you know what, guys? This got a little bit of room. Sorry, I thought it was more. 1520 is the next high looking left. We're at 1485 right now for OGN. Yeah, it's always nice to take that first trade in the new year. I'm not superstitious at all, but nice to have a. It's always nice to have a winner that first trade. Yeah, some room here for GIS, General Mills. Some room here for General Mills. 60. Wow, 66.85 is the next high looking left, I believe, or maybe this high. 65.50. Yeah, so it's at that high right now. The next high looking left on the daily chart for General Mills. It's got some room, 66.83. A lot of room, over $3 to the next high for GIS. Yeah, I mean, that is a big move for XLV. I mean, seriously, I mean, that is a big move. And it's continue. Look at this. I mean, this is a big move for, I don't want to call this a sleepy one, but it's a major, major sector. And that is a big move considering the market is, really not doing too much right now. Well, when I say that, I mean the market's down. Dow's down a little. This is more of a tech sell-off right now. You see the Nas is down quite a bit. Dow is, not down that much. My guess is that a lot of these healthcare stocks are in the Dow. Another healthcare stock, Fold. Yeah, the healthcare is definitely right now anyway the sector to be in. Well, Moderna's got that huge price target on it also. Wow, no kidding. What? I mean, the price tag, one, I think it was 142 by Oppenheimer. That is one big wow, guys. I mean, 344 million in the float, 10% move. Just waiting for this one to open, guys. 9:56 and 21 seconds. So if it is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open in about 15 seconds or so. If it's a 5-minute halt. No big clue. 820, 828. No big clue where it's going to open. If it opens in 5 minutes. And yes, so I'm out of it, guys. Out, 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 out. I was hoping for a big pop. It got up to 843, but I'm completely out of it. Now, I'm going to stick an alert up here, though, just in case later on. But I do remember this one on Friday. It kind of did the same thing, big topping tail, and then it just sold off. Wasn't somebody screaming about MULN earlier? I watched it. I did see this had a sell-off at the beginning of the day, but now, yeah, it's come right back. I know. Oh, shoot. Well, that really fired through. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. That really fired right through. You just got to be so careful though on these. I mean, look at that bottoming tail. It almost. I mean that's insane. I mean, it got halted at 820 at a nice decent little pop, but not much, and then it pulls all the way back down to 722, and then it does this. Miserable. Oh well, I'm not in it anymore. And really, nobody should have been. Well, depends where you put your stop, but I mean, pretty tough to hold on when it does that. Halt it again, though. Okay. I'm going to take in the simulator, I'm going to take 300 shares of this. No profit. Great that you're up that. We typically don't talk about how much we make in the room, how many shares we take, and how much we make. Okay. But I'm glad you made good profit on it for sure. So why did I take this, guys? I mean, I said last week I would take anything that showed up in that scan. Take a few shares. This is in the simulator. And that scan meaning this one right there. So the alert was 11:22. How's Tiva doing now after that big run up at the beginning of the day? Cord here. Yeah, so again, though, look how choppy this is. I mean, this got up to 1077, and then the next candle, it's down to 1050, and then back up. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Now, TPR, that's right. I had a price alert for TPR, Tapestry, thinking maybe if we could take that out sometime, maybe not today, but tomorrow, but it's at that price right now. And look at the room it's got, guys. TPR, 4284. You know what's kind of hanging tough is that LBPH. It hasn't really given it up too much. LBPH. It's kind of hanging tough. You know, if it gets over 1850 or 1870 or so, this could get rolling again. Remember, this hit 2158 earlier. I think I was taking a price alert right around there, 1851. See if it takes it out later. Yeah, man, oh man, oh man. Well, you know what? With the POL, I mean, this is now approaching that high of 1085. Wow, this stupid bottoming tail just got me out. Look at this go now, guys. I think it's going to not get halted yet. I think we looked on Friday. I don't think we saw any news for POL. I may be wrong. All right, there's Foot Locker now, guys. FL is, yeah, I mean, it's got some room. It's got about a dollar to the next high. FL. Reading with an edge, with the edge. Hello. In our YouTube room, well, NKTX in the right sector. So I don't really know what else I can say. I mean, NKTX, it's in the right sector. I mean, now this one has been on a tremendous run, of course, but most of the healthcare stocks in the XL You just look at XLV, XLV, and so NKTX is just basically following suit. If you look at a monthly chart, it's high. Looks like is that right? We're at 695 now. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, I mean, the next high is 920. So, I mean, it still has some room, but, certainly in the right sector today, NKTX, but it's been nice for the last, 2 weeks. But all I can say, other than I'm so ticked off that there's POL. But anyway, hope anybody who's still in this one, congratulations. I can't remember seeing it having a day like this in the healthcare stocks in a long time. I mean, Pfizer, I mentioned Pfizer, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. Pfizer mentioned it 15 minutes ago. It's probably put on almost a dollar, maybe not quite a dollar. I mean, even that AVXL, which had terrible news, mentioned this one also. Even that one, crawling off 6 to 686. All right, guys. So this YY showed up on the option activity scan on the way down. Now, I haven't been looking too many of the ones on the way down, but you know what? YY, of course, is China. Sorry, excuse me. It is Singapore, but let's take a look at KWeb. They're kind of yeah. So there's the China ETF. China ETF is down. Oh, this has got some room, doesn't it? BOWL. It's got some room, guys. The next high looking left on the daily chart it's right at it. And if we can take that out, you look left on the monthly anyway, 1691. Let me back that out to a weekly chart and just take a look. Yeah, so the next high in the weekly is 1518. So it's too bad because then after that, you've got that 1620 high. Okay, guys, I'm kind of still watching this Voyager. I want to see if we can get back over 11, maybe 11, back up to that alert price of 1122. Well, there's Bull, guys. BOW. Wow, look at Bull go. Well, it's now look at this. I mean, 1620 is the next high looking left for Bull. All right, Bull. Let's see. It got up to there's a high 1544. ZIM is still strong. Right at 11 now. ZIM shipper. Okay, now this YY. This is what I'm talking about here. I haven't been really paying too much attention to the ones that are suggested shorts in this scan. We had one day where we had some fairly cheap ones that were awesome. This was about, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Don't get too many on the way down. I'm going to explain all this. What time is it now? 10:18. I will explain all this. Okay, bull. I think it's at a really interesting level right here now. There's the high, the daily high, which is so it's a little bit above that daily high if you scanned out. That high right there, 1518, takes that out again. Then that high is 1622. So I'm going to have to stick an alert maybe right around 1530 for the bull, BOWL. See if it takes that out. It's not a low float, 84 million in the float, not a low float. Wow. Well, bull, certainly. NGM, yeah, I mean, NGM, it's also from our AI. I know Shady's in it also, and the next high looking left. So this could be the resistance area around 137. All right, Michael Nos will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about an hour and a half. He just pinged me. All right, YY. Let's see if he can take out 33. Come on, take out 33. Oh, all right, guys. We took it out briefly anyway, 33 for YY. I was going to take it here in the simulator also just to see, but I did not do it. But definitely keeping an eye on this bull, guys. BOWL. I want to see if it gets back up to about that 1530 mark. Because if it does, then the next high is on the weekly, anyways. We're at 16 something. So, okay, guys, here's another one that might be interesting. Revolve group. Let's see. The next high looking left is maybe not 1734. A little too close, perhaps. RVLV. All right, guys, 1023. I think I'll go over my homepage right now. So we still do have a 25% discount, okay? The issue is though that it won't be my code, the Barry 25. Oh man, 1247 now. Can't do it. This just showed up on the 10 on the scan here, but at 1247. So I mean, listen, it's so extended right now. Wow. Okay, I'm just going to put this in here. Okay, I'm going to show you the code you can use to still get 25% off. Well, Pepe, maybe I should have, right? 1247. Unbelievable. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, again, there's the promo code you can use, New Year 25. You'll get the 25% off. Okay. So obviously, do not use this code right here, Barry 25. Use New Year 25. You'll get the 25% off. And as always, if you're going, and that's off the first month only or the entire year, if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my promo code. Well, not this one, but the New Year 25. Go into my homepage, and then from there, New Year 25 to get the 25% off. This will really help the room. It'll help to keep this room free. That's the goal. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're new to Trading 101, Michael Nos and Michael coincidentally will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. We'll have a break. We put this series of videos together. free. So if you're new to trading, take a look at this stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for that. It is free. Trade of the week. We didn't have one this week. We didn't have one last week. Steve decided to take the 2 weeks off. We'll start the trades of the week again next week. You'll get them before the market opens Monday morning. You sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. We have a great user guide. And again, don't get hung up on about how much is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. There's the getting started. I would certainly, though, take a look at the alert windows, top list windows, if you want to learn a little bit about stock raising and putting price alerts on the charts. I use them all the time. Okay, but don't worry about all the stuff that's in here. You don't have to learn it all. Here's the getting started series again. And as I said, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it'll be Michael Nos. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael when he's in there for his hour. And last, here are my scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is scroll down a little bit. And the center section, these are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. Obviously showing the gaps, the gappers up and down in the pre-market. There's the halt resumes is over here, very active today. There is the abnormal option activity scan right here. A couple of scans that you don't see, they're just on my other monitors, are the 10-day daily breakdowns and breakouts, okay? And the don't repeat versions right here. And then my favorite scan really is this one. I'll go over this one, the abnormal option activity, plus the 10-day daily breakout breaks combined, designed by Pepe, okay? So I do have other scans that I am sharing, and you can take a look at them. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room today, or even last week, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Okay. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay. That's what we do. We are awesome at scanning. And there's a big difference between screeners and scanners. A lot of screening programs you can buy. Of course, we screen, and this is what I mean. If I take a look at this alert window called Momentum, and I right click, configure. So again, this is the format. If you want to take a look at any one of my scans, it's what you do. You load it, and then you can right click, click on that summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? The stock is between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time sensitive, 10:30 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So at 10:30, the last one was right here, ALAR at 10:30, all times Eastern, and 850 was the price. Okay. So that's one. Well, we talk about ideas all day long, Ronnie. If you're asking, do I tell you what to trade? No. Okay, but we talk about ideas all the time. And if it meets your style or plan, then you can take a look at it. But there are a lot of other traders in the trading room you can follow. Okay, there are all sorts of ideas. Are you a No, there wasn't a trade of the week, was there? This week? Really? I could have sworn he said no trades of the week this week. You sure it wasn't in the past? Just give me a moment. I don't think really there is a trade of the week. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I could have sworn Steve said that he was taking this week off again, like last week. So I apologize. So the other Roni, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Okay, so there was a trade of the week. I'm sorry. Yeah, TME confirmation. Sorry about that. I could have sworn he said he wasn't going to do one until next week. Okay, no trigger yet. TME is the trade of the week, and no trigger. Okay, the trigger is 910. Didn't hit 10. Did not hit 910. Okay, interesting. Okay, guys. So as I was saying, this is the scan. This is this scan, real-time alert scan. That's what we're really good at doing. And of course, you can, I mean, this is what I like to see, but doesn't necessarily have to be what you like to see. So of course, you can make adjustments. If you don't like that price range, you can change the price range. You can change anything you want in this scan if you want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search, and right at the very top here, the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. And again, do not, if you're brand new and looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on all these. Like, what is this trading above me? What is it? Who cares? I mean, seriously, most of these alerts, I mean, we have a lot of alerts because we have a lot of different subscribers, lots of different trading styles. So we had to create a lot of different real-time alerts. And these are the filters that we've got. But don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. I use a handful of them and that's it. But again, we have so many because all sorts of different trading styles are out there. So I'm what you call an intraday trader. And so what I'm looking for all the time, every single day, I'm just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So the number one way that I do it is using this relative volume filter. Okay. If I look at ATHA as an example, the relative volume is 22. What does that mean? The relative volume of 22, that means it's trading 22 times normal up to this time of day. This is a time sensitive filter. So 1036, 1036 Eastern time, it is trading 22 times normal. So that is one way, because if I'm going to be an intraday trader, I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. I don't want to get stuck in something that's not moving. So that's one way to ensure, almost, completely assure yourself that stock is going to move if it's trading a high relative volume. That means something abnormal is happening to it today. The other way is by looking at its option activity. I don't trade options, but if a stock is trading abnormally option wise, coupled with the relative volume, those stocks then are certainly stocks that I want to pay attention to all day long. So, for instance, look at the BTBT. Now, this is a Bitcoin play, right? Now, I can see right off the bat that Bitcoin has been dropping. I mean, from its highs. Okay, at one point it was up over $2,000. For me, I know I'm on a slight delay. I see it's up over $1,500. So, a lot of the Bitcoin plays are probably going to look like this. It has traded 16,000 contracts, a little over 16,000 contracts. That is four times normal, or 400, flat 404%. That as a ratio is four times normal. So coupled with the relative volume of three and that abnormal option activity, these are stocks that, probably should be followed or concentrated on because, I mean, they're really trading abnormally. That doesn't mean you have to have some trading experience just because we get alerts and, the program is called Trade Ideas, but just because every idea does not mean you take the trade. This is, you have to have some trading experience, have to understand how to read a chart. What is the chart telling you? What is the market doing? Are you in a stock that is maybe going to follow the market a little bit? Or are you in a stock that's going to follow its sector? So if you're looking at BTBT as an example, well, if I were looking at crypto plays today, I would want to have BITO as a thumbnail chart. And you can see it's getting a little bit weak. I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as the other ones, but Bitcoin is dropping a little bit. This is what I use, to track the price of Bitcoin. I know it's not exact, but it is good enough for me. We talked about it earlier on in the day, healthcare stocks. Look at I don't know what XLV is doing right now, but we talked about healthcare. So I mean, look at this. Look at healthcare stocks. So it's really important, to look at if you're going to get into something, what is this sector doing? And you can follow the sectors here. If I click from our toolbar, if I click on new and then docked channel bar, scroll down until I see that show more. And here are the major sectors. Just give me a moment. So you can see, look at the healthcare sector. 74% of the stocks are above Friday's close. You know what would be more probably interesting though is to see what's the market opened. This will probably look even a little more dramatic. I know I clicked on it twice. Sorry. Come on. There we go. So look at this, guys. So not only look at healthcare, 96% of the stocks, 97% of the stocks are above their opening price today. And so the first trade of the day, 96% of them are above their opening price. So, I mean, this is a super, super strong sector today. In a day where the market, I mean, tech though, look at tech. I mean, the NAS is heavily tech weighted. So look at tech. 87% are down. Communication is not as bad, but tech is definitely weighing down the NAS because all the other sectors are nowhere near as bad as the tech sector. Nowhere near as bad. So you mean what I'd be doing is if I were looking at a hot sector, I would take XLV, maybe thumbnail it, put it as a little thumbnail chart. just to keep to see whether or not, the healthcare stocks are still really popular today. How do I do what to northern exposure? Get the change from the open? Well, thumbnail. That's just a term, right? I mean, if I take a click on a new chart, so here's a this is I mean, this is probably be about the size, maybe a little, maybe I'd have a little bit bigger. But if I wanted to have XLV here, okay, now the one thing I would have to do is right click on the chart and go to the properties, and oh, it's not symbol linked. Okay, that's so and there you are. So I mean now, sorry, this is the stupid surfing. So there's XLV. So this is what I call a thumbnail chart. Okay, just something that you can refer to all the time, like the SPY. Okay, the SPY. Notice the SPY does not change when I click on an alert, any alert, any symbol. So you see GCT changes in these three time frames. That's because I've got symbol linking. It does not change here. Does not change here. So on my other monitor, these are some of my thumbnail charts. Okay, that I follow. So that's all it is. That's all a thumbnail chart is. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm wondering if Voyager will have a little pop maybe at the end of the day, towards the end of the day. Be what this is in the simulator. Okay. Meanwhile, yeah, that ZIM has been pretty strong all day long. This is a shipper. This is certainly affected by what's happening with oil prices, shipping, etc. Okay, so and the next high looking left, 1196. At the beginning of the day, I was looking at Fro. I always think of Fro as being kind of the leader, but yeah, not really, not even close. Had a nice pop in the pre-market, but it is nowhere like ZIM, not even close to being the same. Well, this designer brands, DBI, so you can see if it can somehow, I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert, right click, create a price alert right here around that 934 mark. May not do it today, may not do it any day, but if it does, you can see we'll have to contend with that 200-day moving average. But look left, I mean, just a ton of room for DBI, having a decent day. So the Dow has actually gone positive. So there is quite a big disconnect in the market today, guys. Nas is down, a fair amount. The Dow is up. SPY is down. A lot of tech stocks, of course, in the SPY. So it's all to do with tech stocks, but I guess there are probably a lot of healthcare stocks in the Dow. Well, these casino stocks are doing quite well today, aren't they? There's Boyd, BYD, LVS earlier on, probably MGM, Win. You guys have been talking about GCT. I saw that earlier on. Man, what a nice comeback kind of. You remember this one? It was moving higher, higher, higher. Then all of a sudden, on this is a weekly chart. Sorry. Anyway, had the little pullback here. I guess that's what I was trying to say. A little pullback here. Pause here on Thursday and Friday, and just continuing. Now that red line that you see, that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. If I expanded the view on this one, well, you can't even see it on the weekly. Got to be quite a while ago. Yeah, this is that high is in September of 2022 that it's approaching for GCT. Now, guys, this is a support room also. Okay, it's not just a trading room. So, if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Boy, well, GCT again. It is now right at that high of a few months. Well, over a year ago. Well, Bowl did not do it. Okay, Bowl did not do it. It did not hold 15, so I'm gonna forget about that one. I still have a price alert set on it, but probably forget about it. Hmm. Okay, guys, yeah, I would forget about it, Vespula. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the segments, Holly Neal, Holly Grail, and Holly whatever the other one was. Um, that is, I'm surprised they still segment them. Okay, I this is how I would use the AI. I mean, but okay, when the AI started, there was only the one. It was called Holy Grail, and then they created a couple more, a little perhaps less conservative, if you will. Okay, but I don't pay attention to that at all. All I would do is this: just look at this new, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you're going to see. Give me a moment. I mean, I do have the segment here, but I wouldn't pay attention to it. Basically, just take a look at the alert. If you like what it said, if you like the alert and it sets up for your trading style, do it. It really doesn't matter from what segment the alert is coming from. Okay. Holly Neal was sort of the more probably the one that probably you get more alerts from that one. I wish I would just get rid of the segments. It almost doesn't matter. When you get an alert, just click on it, and if you like the way it looks, because really, what difference does it make? What in the overall scheme of things, what sector or what segment it is coming from? All right, guys. FLNC guys, FLNC. This is Fluence, right? Yeah, 2457. Too bad. I mean, it looks like there's the next high looking left, FLNC. But I would probably just kind of concentrate on healthcare stocks until they start to fade. I would have XLV up and running as a thumbnail chart, just to keep an eye on what the healthcare stocks are doing. Here's our first little pause, perhaps. I mean, this is the biggest Looks like this is about the biggest, one-day candle we've had in a long time. I think it eclipses this one. It's about the same, maybe about the same size as this one that happened on the 13th December. They look kind of similar, but I don't remember all the healthcare stocks going crazy that day. They must have though, but maybe I just didn't see them. Hey, nice on the cardio, CDIO. I think somebody took that one. Ryan took it, CDIO. Nice. Hey, it's a little one though. It is a little one, but look at the room it's got. Yeah, nicely done. Because now the next high looking left is $4 or so. $4.04 to be exact for CDIO. If it has any news. I think I saw this. Maybe I didn't see this one. Rising 22% after reimbursement code for precision CHD. Okay, so there is some news for CDIO. Okay, Israeli stock, ALAR, and this is a lifetime high. Oh my goodness, I wish I'd known that. This is a lifetime high now. I mean, it seems a little crazy that this would be a lifetime high at $8, but I don't know if this was an IPO. I don't know. It's so hard to know anymore for me anyway, whether it was a SPAC that turned into this or an uplisting from the pink sheets or was it truly an IPO? Hard to believe. Let me click on a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. That would have been a very cheap IPO. But, since it's the beginning of last year, so it's a year ago, basically, did nothing, nothing, nothing for months. And then November it started to move and big move in December. And now look at this. This is ALAR. Low float, 5.6 million in the float. I got out of the YY. It's moving. It's continuing to move down now. Did get out of it though. Had that one as a short. I'm not in anything right now. Is that what it is, Casa? It was SFET. I do remember SFET, and I do remember that being an Israeli stock. So that sounds right. So it's misleading then, when you see in our position and lifetime range that it's at the high. Did you, John? Okay, guys, keep an eye on LBPH. LBPH. LBPH is maybe getting set up for another little bit of a run here. This was, of course, a star in the pre-market. Got up to 2153. And some good news. It's a buyout. Um, Cantor Fitzgerald has got a $55 price target raised from 35. And I think that is this the one that Oppenheimer also. That might have been another one that with Oppenheimer. Anyway, Cantor Fitzgerald has a $55 price target on this company. That doesn't mean it's getting to 55, okay? Well, as long as I don't do it during market hours, William was talking about be careful on this. LVPH probably need money, like all these little bios, they all need money, so a stock that goes, it's up 182%. I'll be itching to do a financing at a higher price, of course, higher price than it was on Friday. So an H&R Block all-time high. So tax season, of course, coming up. H&R Block all-time high. HRB. All right, market's putting in a green bar now, guys. A green bar. Let's see if it takes out this area right up here. There's a little bit of resistance on the SPY today. Takes out that area. Maybe it has a nice recovery. All right, guys. I am take a look at the PYXS, another cheap one here. They're pharma, very small though. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just doing some readjusting on my other monitors, some of my windows I've got. So CRISPR, this one could get interesting. The high is wow. Keep an eye on CRISPR, guys. For sure, keep an eye on CRISPR, CRSP. If it can break out of here, because you can see the next high looking left is 77. That's $10 away. Had all sorts of news, bit of a pullback, sell off, trying to come back a little bit. The next high looking left is 67.47. So yeah, 67.47. I'd stick an alert in that area. Okay, I would put an alert in that area because if I can take that out and up here, 77. I'm not saying it's going to take it out today or tomorrow or ever, but if it does, just look left. That's a big, big, big potential void fill. And take a look at edit, CRISPR and edit. A lot of time. Oh, CRISPR, I think, has left edit way behind. Yeah, CRISPR and edit is they've sort of they've decoupled. I call it they've decoupled. NTLA used to be the other one. The three of them used to kind of all trade around the same. Hmm. Oh goodness, there's CRISPR already. CRSP. Volume came in also, so it's hanging right around that area. 67.47, 66, 67.60. So it's in this area. On the downside, yeah, look at the. I don't know if all the cruises are doing this, but look at Norwegian NCLH. Okay, guys, there's the spy. Put a little price alert on the spy. So it is trying to crawl back somewhat. Look at NCLH. Now the next low looking left is 1808. So there's room underneath. Take a look at RCL. Are they all? Excuse me. Are they all dropping? Yeah, they're all dropping. CCL, my guess, almost 100%. CCL will be dropping also. Yeah, so the cruisers are taking a hit. Let's take a look at jets. Let's take a look at the airline industry. See if it's doing sort of the same thing. Looks like it. Not as dramatic as the other one, as the cruisers. There's that NGM. Yeah, good one. You guys are in that one. NGM is actually it's an AI alert also. So here's your key level right there, 141. It's been chopping around for the last hour or so, but it's still pretty strong. And 138, I'm sorry, 138 and 140 are the next highs looking left. If it can take that out, 158 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That is for NGM. And of course, it's in the right sector. It's a bio. Also had some news, specific news to it. It doesn't hurt that it's in the right sector, though it's a real little one. I don't think probably not really being dragged around that much because of the sector performance, but it can hurt. Wow, look at DraftKings, DKNG guys. Look at DraftKings even. You would think that there'd be a lot more. 33.35 is the next low looking left. Boy, if it takes that out at some point, the next low is 30 for DraftKings, DKNG. It's hard to find a direct correlation between, betting, NFL, college, and all that, and this right now. How do you edit a submitted order in Brokerage Plus? Are you talking about in our simulator, or are you talking about actually connecting it to your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account in the simulator? Okay. So, are you already in the trade, or are you looking to edit before you get into the trade? Talking to somebody in the support questions. Okay, so you're okay. So to adjust the stop. Okay, let me put a stop here. Probably. Or let me put a stop. Come on. So if I had a stop at 10, okay. So do you have a red line on the chart? I think the easiest way is just to move it. You just move the line up and down. You have a red line on the chart. Now you can all modify stop orders, enter exact price. But if you have I don't use this. Obviously, I don't. Well, I say obviously, but I mean, I don't use this. But if I have a red line on the chart, I can just move that line up and down wherever I want it. So the question is, do you have a red line on the chart? And if you don't, then just go into right click on the symbol, and where it says modify stop orders, you're going to enter an exact price wherever you want it to put, wherever you want the new stop to be. Are you following along, Steve? Okay. Well, let me know. If you have a red line on the chart, that's the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. You just grab the line and move it wherever you want, up and down, up and down. All right, guys. Well, that POL is still not done. Didn't that get down to $9 and now it's back up to 11.27? Yeah, it would have been awfully hard to hold on to a position, of course, with that, like your entire position, probably any of your position when you see that big giant red bar. But getting back in now. So what if you just did it? Let me take a trade here again. Buy, send. Okay, put a stop order in, add a stop order, put it at 670. I'm not bracketing it, okay? You're talking about having a target and a, but now, why could you not now, if you're saying this moves, if you move it on the, but what if you just do this, right click, modify the stop order, right click, modify the stop order, enter exact price. I had it 670 before, I'll move it to, I don't know, 650. Okay, and that moved on the chart. Can you not do it that way then? Just right click, modify the stop order. What happens when you do that? If the profit taker is adjusted, doing it that way, I have no, you might have to, Chris knows a lot more about this than I do. But, if doing it that way, by modifying it, also adjust the profit target. I don't know why it would, but okay. So yeah, as a separate stop order. Okay. Guys, look at Uber. Remember, Uber had a great day 3 days ago. Yeah, 58.32. Yeah, too bad. Looks like there's some support, maybe around 50, 58.32. Might be a little too close. 58.36, actually. All right, GANX, another bio, guys. Problem is, there's a 200-day moving average, and when you look left, to me anyway, it looks like there's too much resistance between the current price and four, so it becomes not that interesting for me. Wow, look how wild this one now is. POL got up to 11.79, and there's a $2 drop like that. So this looks like it could be over. Going to take a bit to entice, I think, people to go long again after these two big topping tails. The last now there were some bottoming tails, so I get that, but a lot of the Bitcoin plays are going to look like this today, guys. Huge, huge pop in the pre-market. Bitcoin was up again. This is, I don't have real time for Bitcoin, but it was up, looked like around $2,100. Now it's up 1,200, so it's dropped about 800 or $900, I guess, since the open, and that's exact. Look what's happened to a lot of the Bitcoin plays. And it's interesting because coin was kind of leading at the beginning. It was really dropping. It took a while for the rest of the Bitcoin plays to follow, to kind of follow suit. Wow, look at the LB. Yes, LBPH now. LBPH over 18, and there is the alert at 1851. Well, look at PSTG, guys. PSTG, this is pure storage. The next low looking left is 33.70. There's about 70 cents of room there. Work down through the VWAP. 34.77 is the VWAP for pure PSTG. Okay, guys, in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. Michael Nos confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Michael is the originator of that Trading 101, the series of videos that can help brand new traders. And he will also talk to you about creating a trading plan or the idea of having to have a trading plan. So when people ask me, what do you think about this one? What do I know how he would answer. He would say, well, does it meet your trading plan? And most people will say, well, I don't know. I don't have a trading plan. Well, then he's going to nag at you to have some kind of a trading plan, as opposed to, I wonder about this one. Maybe I'll take this one, as not having any real reason for taking a trade. All right, guys. NRC, NRC. What is this one doing? NRC. Hmm. Well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. National Research Corps, okay, a little bit of room, 4155, a lot of resistance in that area. So a little over $1 away for NRC. Some volume came in, not a lot of volume though for the day. Most of the volume was right here. This is a crypto ETF, WGMI, following the path of most of the cryptos. This is the Bitcoiner miner ETF. Yeah, that LBTH was, or LBPH, pretty short lived up there. I do have an alert set again, maybe later on in the day, in the afternoon, after lunch or something. This might this might get back up to this area and start to move. Okay, guys, I'm just not seeing too much right now. Another one, East West Bancorp came up on a scan, but coming into some resistance. I mean, there it is again, guys. You just got to be careful. I mean, with that float, it's not a crazy low float, 17 million. It's up 200%, the LBPH. Had a pretty sizable pullback down to from 1845 back down to 1745. So, it's all about share size. You're going to take this, where are you going to put your stop? Look at the market. Nice recovery, 45 minutes now. I guess the market is not toast. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Some of these banks are maybe getting into the fray here. I'm just noting there's Zion, USB, TFC. Some of the banks are starting to move also. PSG continues to move down a little bit, guys. PSTG, Pure Storage. Okay, guys. Yeah, in about 20 minutes, I'm on my break. So I'm just kind of biding my time until I take my break. Yeah, I'm seeing some banks starting to move. CMA, Comerica, had that EW. The problem is a lot of them are coming into some resistance. Now, this one's got some room on the way down, guys. This is, I don't call it a bio exactly, but I mean, let's say biosciences. Okay, it's more like instrumental. But anyway, PLSE. So when you look left, it's got a dollar. It's got a dollar to the next low. Looking at left for PLSE. I'm not going to do anything right now because I'm going to be taking my break soon. But this looks interesting. PLSE, lots of shares available, 261,000 at Interactive Brokers. It's all about looking left and look at the room it's got. And this one, VTNR, ah, this is the one that got company announced. This was did see this news in the pre-market. Existing loan, the term loan agreement was revised for an incremental $50 million. So this sort of financing market's not liking it. Let's take a look at RXST. Oh, another one underneath the. It just dropped. It just dropped. What's the spread? That's why. Because when I saw it on my alert, it was 37.90. Now I see it's 37.69, but the spread right here, you can see the spread 67.99. However, and this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. I'm in sales. It's too bad because when you look left on this, I wish that spread was a lot tighter because look at the room it's got underneath $35. That's 270 to the next low looking left. It's yeah, it's a low float, 29 million in the float, not a lot of volume, 1.5 times normal. But yeah, that's sort of dissuading me from really taking it. Okay, this GANX. The last time I looked at it, I thought 4 might block it, and so far 4 is not blocking it too severely anyway. The next high looking left is 408. It's right there. The next high after that is 430. So it's got a little bit of room. 430 GANX, low float, 12 million in the float. Only 151,000. That is 6 times normal though. Okay, guys, I'm taking a look at big here, but again, look left. I see there's could be some resistance. The LBPH is still hanging around, guys. That area that I love to see it take out, that 1850 area. This ASTR on the move here. ASTR got some. Well, the next high looking left on the last week's high was 267, and then 278, and then around. Wow, too bad that's there. Too bad yesterday, last week's high, and that high is there because it'd be awesome if the next high was in the 380 level. It just, to me though, just looks like it could stall. Boy, another company stock SEE just coming into a lot of resistance. And look at the market now, guys. So we've had 45 minutes up, and this is the next candle. These are 15-minute candles, of course. So the market's got on a nice little surge here. Dow is up. Nas is not down as much. Okay, guys, it's 11:47. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. Well, I'm on my break for 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Did you, Luca? How did CRISPR end up doing? I think I saw it flash by something, CRSP. Yeah, so this is now, yeah, it took out that high, 67.47. So now this is, boy, I mean, look at the room it's got, guys. 77, sorry, almost $77. Yeah, LBPH just did not. Doesn't look as good now to me anyway. Struggling to get through that 1850. All right, I'm going to put an alert here for this pulse, PLSE. Let's stick an alert around the 1090 level. I want to see if it takes it out again. A little bit of a pull up. I want to see if it takes it out again because this has just got so much room underneath potential short. I mean, if we want to lump it in with the bios, it certainly has not performed well compared to the rest of the bios. Or no, it's not exactly a bio. I'm seeing some of the airlines, Delta. Well, at least I'm seeing Delta. I don't want to be at all the airlines, but I'm seeing Delta. A little bit of a, yeah, a little bit of a move for Delta. Delta says at this point, do not have any cancellations in our flight schedule due to, yeah, horrible happenings over in Tokyo right now. How about American Airlines? Just want to see if it's just Delta or American, or they're all kind of moving a little higher. Yeah, I mean, LBPH may not be done. It looks like it is trying to consult just around that 18 level. I think it just got to get, you can see it has one, two, three, kind of four, and then the bodies of these candles, right around that 1850 mark. And so if it can somehow later on in the day really, really move through on some volume, it could challenge the high of the day, which is 2149-ish, 2150 to be exact. Well, this is maybe another interesting one on a potential short CPRT. Looks like the next low looking left is 47-ish. So yeah, it's taking out these little those lows right there. So it could start to drift down a bit. Definitely moving counter to the market. Market's putting in a nice hour straight up, almost an hour. This has another 5 minutes to close that candle. The last SPY 15-minute candle has another 5 minutes to close. You know what? Let's just take a look at now. Let's take a look at the change from the open. And my guess is we're going to see a little bit of rally in the tech stocks right down here. Not much though, not really much. I think it was 90% of them were down for Friday from the open. Now only 77% are down. Healthcare is still super, super strong. No give yet, no give up yet. 90% of the stocks are still above the open. Energy is still strong. 74% are above the open. In fact, again, the weakness in the market is the tech sector, because every other sector is above the open. Like the stocks that make up XLF, as an example, 80% of them are above the open. So tech sector is the laggard for sure. Oh no! Tell me I'm hung up. Good. All right, well, guys, there it goes, LBPH. So it is now. Okay, can it challenge now? Can it really, really start to challenge that high, 2150 high? Well, I can't make any recommendations. I have a question: is Fusion still a buy? FUSN, does it meet your trading plan? I know I hate to say it like that, but if you waited 3 minutes from now, so what would make you buy this? Okay, I mean, this is in a downtrend right now. The next low looking left is 831. Are you talking about for long term, or like what's your time frame? I mean, right now I wouldn't be buying it. You're looking at something that is moving down. But what is your time frame when you ask a question like that? Is it still a buy? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hey guys, I'm gonna just put the announcement in. Michael will be showing up. Well, short term, like what, a day, a week? I mean, right now it's in a downturn, right? I mean, you'd be going against its trend if you're going to buy it now. The only thing is, there is maybe a little support. Just give me a moment though. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. But so when you look left on this, 833 is the next low looking left. Maybe that holds it. But yeah, I mean, right now, for me anyway, there'd be no reason to buy this at all. Well, but not right now, Marius, not right at this moment, until it stops moving down. Yes, Billy, are you talking about when you're looking, you get a stock and you say, well, wait a minute, how can it be in that sector? Yes. Why it happens, I don't know. It's been brought up many times, and I don't really know why. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Just Hey, Michael. I think I hear you now.
Hi, Barry. What's going on?
Hi, Michael. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Michael is in the YouTube room. I put the YouTube link in, so I'm going to see you guys. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour, okay? All right, Michael. So happy New Year to you, of course. Hello.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Can you not hear
Are you?
me? Uh-oh.
Hmm.
You heard me a second ago. Can
I
the
did.
stream hear me?
I can hear you now, Michael.
Oh, that was weird. Okay. Well, I guess we're good then.
Okay, we're good to go. All right, cool. I'll take off now. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, for anyone who is new here, what we do uh, each and every day at noon Eastern, so we give Barry some much needed time off. We hang out and chat about trading and trade ideas and all of that. So, uh, if you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Nos. I'm a chartered market technician, primarily a swing trader. Been using trade ideas for, geez, probably nearly 20 years now. And I've been consulting with trade ideas since 2015. So I can help out with whatever you guys are struggling with when it comes to the program. So, as always, when there are no questions, I will be doing my homework that I haven't really had a chance to do today because I haven't really had a chance to look at the market. Um, it's just been because again, we don't really have anything prepared. So basically, everyone's working on whatever it is they normally work on, and then they come over here to give Barry a break and make sure they don't have anything prepared so they can ask questions. So, as always, feel free to ask questions because if you don't, I'm just going to be waffling on about what I see in the market, which again, I haven't really had a chance to look at. I noticed a little bit of a sell off into the closed. And so we gap down a little bit off the open here, and it looks like we're rallying up to get that gap. So that's still not much, right? I can move this line up now. So we're basically hanging out between here and here. Oh, Billy, a question about classifications of stocks and industries. Definitely a hot button one amongst trader because yeah, there is a for those who don't know how a company ends up in a sector, how it ends up being defined as something is through there's a committee, the GITS or something, GIT, I don't know. But anyway, there's a whole committee that works with I believe the NYSE and the NASDAQ, and I think they're regulated in some way. And they essentially come up with what sector or what company is going to be going to what industry. And most times it makes sense. And then there's sometimes that it makes absolutely no sense. And it's weird because there is this body that does it, and sometimes you just kind of want to reach out and slap them. Where I think Amazon, for example, is like Amazon's a weird one. I know. There we go. AMZN. Yeah, Amazon's retail. So it doesn't show up in any of the technology sectors. So like the Qs don't have Amazon in them, but I think XLK, which is the technology sector, does have Amazon in it. So yeah, there's some weird discrepancies like this. Now, do I think it matters? Not really. Yeah, it's most of the time things make sense. There is some gray lines here or there that don't, but I don't really pay too close of attention to it. But I know what you're talking about, and it does irk me a little bit, but not so much that I would care too much, right? It's not. I'm not saying because Amazon isn't in. I think it's the Qs that Amazon's not in. That the Qs are completely worthless and no one should look at them. And right, it's crazy because it's still a technology index. It just doesn't have this one technology stock in it. So, so no, but it is weird. But I've done the thought experiment a few times of trying to say, uh, y- trying to put myself in their shoes. And it's like, okay, is Amazon a retail company? Kind of. Are they a technology company? Kind of. Uh they have I think AWS and their sales part are kind of equal part. And then they're also uh they also have Amazon Prime and all this stuff. So it's like really, really confusing when you look at a lot of these companies because you could almost argue that you could put any company in the technology sector in some way because every company obviously utilizes technology for selling whatever. So I don't envy them their job. There's sometimes that I've looked at it, I've like brought up a ticker and it says it's in this industry and it doesn't make any sense to me. But there is enough of a fine line that every now and then I'm like, yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. Um, but really, in the broad sense, especially when you're looking at something like an ETF will have 20 to many hundreds of stocks in it. So one stock being misclassified a little bit, I don't think makes that big of a difference. Better mishap than the Dow Jones that chooses a stock according to committee votes and keeps IBM. See, IBM, I think is fine. It's Walgreens. Is that WBA? Yeah, Walgreens. Keep this out for so like how much this is a monthly chart of Walgreens. How much of a drag? Like IBM, just hasn't moved in forever, but they pay dividends, right? It's a big company, but the fact that they've kept Walgreens, WBA, right? Yeah, they've kept Walgreens in the Dow Jones for how many years, and this thing's just been bleeding. the whole time. There are some things that make absolutely no sense like this. I also don't like that the Dow is now we're going into like index theories for nerds. It's a very nerdy conversation. I like it. Um, the other thing I don't like about the Dow is the fact that it's price weighted. People, whine and complain that the SPY is cap weighted, so these big companies have more of an effect on the S&P 500. Personally, that doesn't bother me because I want the biggest companies in the world to have the most effect on the stock market, right? It would be weird to me if it was the other way, for example, where Apple, which is bigger than the entire Russell 2000, didn't have a big aspect of what's going on when you're looking at the market. To again, I think it's a lot of doomers that think that this is unusual, that there's the big seven companies make up so much, but it's not, right? It's just the way it goes. There's nothing weird or unusual, in my opinion, about big companies. It's always been a group of big companies. It's just that group of big companies just changes over time. But the Dow being price weighted, and by price weighted, it means that the larger the price of the company, the more impact it has on the Dow, regardless. Dow components. The larger it has an effect on the overall company, regardless of the size of the company. So UNH, for example, UNH is the biggest Dow component simply because it is the most expensive. It's the most expensive stock in the Dow, right? And that to me is weird. The equal weight indexes, it makes sense. I think market cap indexes like the S&P 500 make the most sense because, again, you want the biggest companies that have the most effect to move the index the most. To me, that makes the most sense. But yeah, then you have the Dow, which is just UNH is going to be the biggest component. And then is something like Intel that maybe, I don't know the market caps of these, but maybe Intel's a larger market cap will have less effect. So you have whether or not a company likes to do stock splits, which is right. The price of a company is irrelevant, right? A $600 company isn't more expensive than a $6 company, right? This is why, one of the AMC things, the poor people who think this thing is going to go back to, $200 a share or so. Well, they've diluted their company so much that the value of the market cap is skewed, right? Because they've issued so many shares and did their reverse split in order to stay listed. If they didn't do a reverse split, they'd be kicked off the exchange. Whereas you take like a Berkshire, a Berk A, and the only reason this is a $50 or $500,000 company is because the guy doesn't believe in stock splits, right? You could make Berk a $1 company, and the value of the company would remain the same. It'd be a $300 billion company regardless. He just doesn't believe in stock splits, right? So again, that's why to me this seems really weird. Like UNH could turn to a $5 stock tomorrow if they wanted to, and then it would have less of an effect on the Dow, even though the company as itself doesn't change. Again, very nerdy conversation, but I like it. I created a top list for a trial. I can only see the results. Show actual channel. How do I set the parameters of a channel? You just right click on whatever. Again, if you're on some sort of trial, which we don't have free trials, so we don't have a test drive going on, so you might not be able to modify anything. But to modify any scan out there, you just right click in the center of it, hit configure, and it'll bring up this box right here. And then you just go through and configure whatever it is you'd like from there. My inquiry is more of a scale problem, whether the few instance slipping through is more of a widespread issue. No, again, it's a committee that does it, so it's not just done like programmatically that in a way that doesn't make sense. Um, Oh, I meant I was trying to trial stuff. Yeah. So to configure anything, but make sure you the channel will not change. When you switch out and back in, it will. So let's just do docked channel bar, and let's just open up a random channel here. So if I modify this channel and then I switch to another channel and then I come back to this channel, the won't stick, the save. I won't what I've saved won't stick, right? So what you need to do is you need to make sure that if you're modifying, so for example, if you're modifying this channel right here and you're changing the price, then make sure you right click on the top bar right here, the very, very top, right click and hit save and share to cloud, and then save this as whatever you want to call it. Because you have to save it as your own. So the channels are communal, I guess, for lack of a better term. So you need to make sure that if you want to take one and make it your own, that's totally fine. You just have to save it as your own, as your own channel. And then anytime you want to access it again, you just go file and you go load from cloud, and you'll see the stuff there, right? So you basically just have to like take it, and it's, to be honest, it's the right way to do it. So I think you're doing it right. Where I think the best way to start modifying things is to simply, like you're doing, to grab a channel that's somewhat close to whatever it is you're doing, and then kind of modify it from there. So this area right here on the SPY is kind of interesting to me. I don't day trade much, but I take a scalp. I take some scalps from time to time, and I think this might be an interesting area just to take a little pop on the SPY. If we're gonna run into these lows and fail, maybe we'll sell off for a couple seconds. So I'm just going over to another screen here, and I'm just gonna take a little scalp. See if I can make a couple bucks, right? Oh, I hate Windows and all these pop-ups. Yeah, so back to the person that's a question about. Oh, nice. Cool. I just took a few bucks, right? So it did look like we reversed off there. Again, just a little scalp. Let me take 200 shares and notice an obvious level like that I think we're gonna pop off of. So I'm already out. Again, scalps. Most of 99% of what I do is swing trading. But if I see something like that, like that's a pretty obvious level that we came into. We had this little tiny 15-minute candle showing that that's maybe absorbing some overhead supply. So I just punched in short a couple hundred shares, and I just put out an order. Just I think it was like 50 cents away or something. So a couple bucks, right? On that, which I'll take. Yeah, so back there's just I see more about the difference in exchanges. The I don't think it's a widespread issue because people, like, there's humans doing it and they're doing it kind of in an intelligent way. Uh I think I think it's just going to be hard and wrong sometimes. I think Amazon's the perfect example, right? Do you put it as a retail company? Do you put it as a technology company? Do you even just put it as like a shipper? Because it's mostly what they do. Do you put it as they own Walt, or they own a grocery store? So you put it with the grocery stores. Do you put it, right? There's so many companies that do so many different things that them getting classed weird can happen. But every company, I think actually the company itself applies and say, we want to be put in this basket. And then that gets reviewed, and whether or not it's something that makes sense will be whether or not it's something that's kind of looked at, right? So again, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Are the index comparable to inflationary assets? Does an index grow in sync with inflation? No, the index or the economy grows in sync with how well that economy is doing. So it has nothing to do with inflation. Um, it has to do with how well the economy is doing, right? So the market's at all-time highs, pretty close. Uh, so we've been in a bull market now since October. So it's been a year and a couple months. The market's been in a bull market. And all that is saying that that's the uh, you're able to kind of judge what people think about whether or not companies are going to grow earnings. At the end of the day, it's whether or not, as in broad sense, whether or not companies are going to make more money or less money than they did before. During the interest rate scare and the Russia Ukraine war and all of that kind of stuff, people kind of assumed that the economy was going to make a little bit less money. So people sold stocks, right? Simply put, there's obviously a million different ways, but it will always represent what investors think about earnings and whether companies are going to make money and how much they're going to make, and is that more or less than it was before. Right? So anyone who tells you that there's something that tracks inflation out there is just 100% wrong, right? And then they've been proven wrong. They've been proven wrong this year, in which, right, you kind of know that they're wrong because it's just not. Gold didn't go up with inflation; it went up after inflation started chilling out. Bitcoin didn't move with inflation; it wasn't an inflation head; it moved after inflation was abated. Bonds got killed when inflation was high. So, right, there's just nothing that kind of moves that. Is there a way to, yeah, so if you just, there's a couple of videos out there to email into, you can email into support for linking of trading view. Let's actually open up, I have a trading view here that I was helping a client with linking. So let's simply go and we'll grab this one and you go to tools and you click external linking and opens up this box right here. So I'll click add a link. I'll hold the shift key as it's saying, hold the shift key, go to the button, let it go. And then under rule, we will select trading view and click OK. And now when I click on a symbol here, it should, if there is an issue, certainly email support there. Because yeah, that's not working as intended. Let's go through and just change a few things. Oh, I may need to launch these as administrator. I didn't launch. Yeah, okay, so there it goes. So all I did is I went and I right clicked and I clicked, I edited this and I clicked use alternative method. And now when I click on this, it's updating the chart flawlessly. So again, just tools and external linking, and then add a link. Right. And then I picked the trading view drop down, but then I clicked the use alternative method because it didn't work. Now I think the normal method probably would work if I had launched this browser in administrator mode. But I think that's going to be the issue. I'm going to delete that because I don't want that to. I use trading or trade ideas charts for all equity stuff. I'll use trading view from time to time for stuff that trade ideas can't chart, like Bitcoin or Forex, things like that. I'm struggling with doc charts. Well, what are you struggling with about doc charts? Because that's a big big issue. So doc charts are working. Clicking through here, and my charts are updating, and So I don't. You need to just specify a little more because the indicators you can see are working, the charts are working. You've watched me do some drawing tool stuff, and that's working. Um, so everything in the web charts are hunky dinky dory as far as I can tell. So, what pre-made relative strength strategies? Well, do I have something for you? So go to your channel bar and actually go to for the relative strength strategies, go to TI swing picks right here. And this whole channel will be perfectly designed for you. So this is a relative strength algorithm that we created that scans through markets every 30 seconds, but it's mainly for the daily, weekly chart like you were looking for, and is ranking them not just by the normal relative strength thing that anyone can do, and we can do too, of, how much is it up in the year or something like that. But we've applied and back tested an algorithm showing that these particular names are not only the strongest, but they're trending as well, and there's some statistical advantage to trading these names. So these five here are the five that were picked last week. Looks like there wouldn't have been any triggers on any of these because they're down. With relative strength trading, you want the thing to push up first, obviously, and we didn't get that. But this box right here is going to show this relative strength algorithm again, ranked by this algorithm of what's kind of going through here. So this, for me, is one of my favorite, if not, it's probably the favorite scan that I have when it comes to looking for relative strength and looking for strong names. And I use it a lot to do what's called bottom-up analysis in technical analysis. So top down is when people look at the market and then they look at a sector and then they look at market and then a sector and then they look for individual names from there. Bottom up analysis is basically you look for an algorithm like this. And I noticed when just clicking through, there's a lot of insurance names. We have Allstate, we have Progressive, AIG was down here. So then that's a bottom up way of me saying, oh, the insurance sector is probably strong, right? To add charts to your layout, you simply just right click and click duplicate here. So there's another chart, and then I can just drag it. As I'm dragging it, this little cross will occur. And when I hover over it, it will tell me where, if I drop if I let go of my mouse, where it will go. So let go of my mouse right here. So then if I want this to be a 15-minute chart above, I can just click 15 minutes and Bob's your uncle. So I have a daily on the bottom and a 15-minute on the top. We do have a video I can try to find if you need it, if you're very new to trade ideas and you need like an introductory kind of lesson on this and how this works. So, but yeah, so you just kind of drag it around once you have the new chart. And the important thing to keep an eye on is this little cross here in the middle, because regardless of, or depending on what you're hovering over, will depend on what's going on there. So for the relative strength system, there's no entry and exit signals. What there is relative strength, right? So it's showing you over time what the strongest stuff is, and then of course, any you have to decide for yourself where it is that you want to take the trade and how much you want to risk and all that kind of stuff, right? We're not investment advisors, so we have no idea. We have no idea about your risk tolerance or anything like this, right? Yeah, these are recorded. They like the VOD just stays up there every day. But this scope right here. So this is actually, for those who don't know, and I'm, as a Mac guy, I'm spending more and more time over here. So this is our website, right? So you go to tradeideas.com and there's the main website. So there's a couple of things that we've added just right to the website to try to make people easier. Some popular stocks. So stocks that are moving right now that are the big guys, right? So you'll see in the popular stocks, you'll see, right, Apple, Nvidia, or whatever is a big name that people care about that's moving at the time. And then we have biggest gainers. These are just stocks that are up. This LBPH is up to 200%. You find all this right from the main page, and then PN, and these are the unusual volume guys. So these are ones just cranking out way more volume than normal. That's right from the main page. If you just click, be the first to catch the stock, you get, and let's actually just go into the settings and make it kind of look like it is. Let's make that there bigger. You end up on the market scope like this. So what this is just a static page that we've made that attempts to show people what's moving. So, day traders mostly are just interested in, where's the action? Where's the volume? What has the news today? What's moving right now? That's what I care about as a day trader. And that's what this dashboard is very focused on. You can click this little button right here and get rid of the sidebar if you want. And this is all web-based, right? So this works on a phone or a tablet or whatever this is. Where is catch the stock? It just says catch the stock right on the main page here. You can't miss it. You can also go and just click on search if you want to search. You can click almost anywhere here, but you click there. And then this comes up. So then basically what we have here is this is just a high-low ticker. So this is stuff making new highs and new lows right now, doing so on what's up or down the most. We have this heat map here. This is change in the last 30 minutes. It's what it's defaulted to. So this is just stuff that's up or down the most in the last 30 minutes. You can go what's gapped up the most, what's changed from the open or what's changed from the close, right? So if we go change from the open, this shows the stocks that are up the most from their opening print to now. Again, just a great way if you're a momentum trader. This is all you need, in my opinion, right? Because you can go and change the chart time frame and do all this right from here. You can go through and kind of click on these. Down here, we have a race. So this is what's up the most right now. So this will constantly update with things that are moving. You can keep an eye on this as well. I like the heat maps a little more, but this makes sense for what's moving right now. And then we have the advanced decliners distribution. So this just shows you on the day how many of the market, how many stocks are up versus how many stocks are down. We have a little bit more stocks that are down than up today, but not really too much. And it makes sense, right? You go look at the SPY. The SPY is almost flat. So it makes sense that the amount of stocks that are up versus down are about the same anyway. If you go over to the side here, you see all these other dashboards that you can get. So the one I was on and the one that I really like as someone who's not a day trader, but a swing trader, is this sector scope. So now this is doing the same thing as that market scope, but instead of showing a lot of these kind of low float and penny stocks and things like this that are moving a lot, this is focused on a sector list that we have, right? So this group right here, yes, this is all web-based. You just go to tradeideas.com and it's just right there. You don't have to do anything to it. So yeah, this list is just going to give me a quick understanding of what sectors are up and what are down and by how much. Right, FXI is China. So China's down a bunch and technology's down a bunch. We have natural gas up a bit. We have XLV, which is healthcare, up a bit. And if I click on any of these, it will obviously update the chart. So you can see what's going on here. We have a race showing what's moving right now in the same advanced decliner chart here. Let's just keep going. We'll just do a little bit. So the stock deep dive gives you a chart, just defaults to Apple, but you can obviously type in here whatever you want. Let's go and take a look at Amazon. Just because we were talking about Amazon earlier, so it's fresh in my head. What you get is a chart, which you can obviously change the time frame on, depending on what time frame you're looking at. You get a picture-in-picture chart down here, and you can go through and click through this whether you
Not
want.
really,
Hello? Oh, I think Barry unmuted for a second there. We have down here, because it's called the deep dive, we have just a bunch of details. We have some right on the top of the chart right here. And all this is making it to the downloaded version soon, but we have this stuff down here. So this is how many shares are outstanding, what's the flow to the company, when is earnings, all of that. A profile, you can read about it if you didn't know what Amazon did. I'm sure everyone does. And then you can click through news. And this is just, it scans the news. So here's all the most recent news when it comes to Amazon as a stock. And then over here are some competitors, right? So these will be other companies in the retail sector. Just in case you were looking for, say you're looking at an airline and you're trying to figure out which airline is going to be the most important, right? So you could maybe bring up, let's go DAL. So we'll bring up Delta, and then no, Iris, just like we mentioned before, this is on the website. So you just go to the website, tradeideas.com, and you click on it. Right on where I showed you, right on the website. So all of these other things will be other airlines, right? So we have Save, we have Spirit Airlines, we have UAL. Just in case, you're looking at an airline and they go, oh, well, maybe I'm looking at an airline, but maybe I just want to see how these other airlines work. Stock momentum. So these are races that we just showed you earlier that's showing you what's up or down the most. You can update these. Someone already typed in that stock momentum is the best, so he likes this one. Right now, it defaults to up and down the most on volume. So again, something like this, really, if you're just a momentum scalper, something like this is really all you need. You don't need to get super complicated with it. And as you click through, you learn more about the company. You can drag these. So, for example, if I want to just look at S&P 500 names, if I just drag the icon and just drop it right there, and I drag that icon, I drop it over there. Well, now it's what's up or down the most, and it's S&P 500 names. So this is going from little kind of penny stocks to the biggest names. I can say, okay, I want the biggest gap up and I want the biggest gap down. I want to take a look at those. I can go through and I can check those as well. We have top lists. So these are our top lists, but they're also mainly the heat maps. And you can click on this little 3 arrow guy right here, and you can change that to a tree view. And it has all the same scans as the stock momentum. So if I want to see the S&P 500 names that are up the most, here we go. So VRTS from the close in the S&P 500 is up the most. We have Pfizer really rocketing here, up 4.5%. Las Vegas Sands and Wynn. So it looks like there's maybe some casino action going on. So you go to Trade Ideas and you click Be the First to Catch the Stock. The big white letters right there, right? Can't miss it. You can do Barry's watch list, right? So this is the watch list that Barry updates every day of stocks that he's interested in. You can get that as well. You can also do the momentum, big momentum plays. So these are going to be big movers as well. You have the alerts. So these are right now, we're going to add to these alerts, but right now this is showing you stocks that are up and down the most. You can see it's ticking through and it's actually even counting them. So depending on how long you leave this website up, you can see there's a lot of new highs coming through right now. There's not a lot of new lows, which if we zoom into the SPY here, yeah, the SPY is making new highs. So I'm glad I took that little scalp and moved on with my day because it's going to new highs. But yeah, see, there's some new lows coming through here. So you can look at this and you can say, well, what's going on with Live Nation? Because the SPY is making new highs, and then this is making new lows, right? So that's another one. Then the last dashboard we have right now, and these are going to be constantly updated with what's happening, is these are our Portfolio Master Challenge. So for those who don't know, we're throwing contests periodically now in which you can trade versus a bunch of other people. If you're a premium Trade Ideas subscriber, you're automatically enrolled. If you are not, then a small fee gets you in. And the winner wins. On the last one, won $2,200. I was speaking with him. We're going to do an interview with him probably sometime late this week or next week. And the cool thing about this is not only is it showing you here's the top 10 winners and how they're doing, but all the way down here, there is a race and a top list of only what these top 10 people are trading. So if you want to go and you want to say, well, this guy made $3 million in a week, right? Obviously, it's fake money, and people can take a little bit more risk and go a little bit crazier with it, which is part of the reason we're doing it. Is A, it's fun, but B, it's educational. It makes you kind of trade maybe a little bit differently than you normally do, and it alleviates that stress of losing and all of this. And a lot of people who've been participating have reported that it's really helped their real trading. But you can just click down here and you can see what everyone's trading. Now, this is a bit old because we had the tournament last week. No, the week before Christmas. Yeah. So then that's the all the dashboards. Now, the beauty of it with the web version, what we're doing is we're like entirely rethinking trade ideas, because it is, for a lot of people, it is very complicated. What most people need to see when they're trading is way simpler than trade ideas the downloaded app provides, right? So that's a shift that we're making. Now, the downloaded app will always be available because there are some really hardcore traders, and we have prop traders and hedge funds and this that use the website. They need it to be, or the download it, they need it to be very complicated and customizable. But most people, right, most day traders, they want to go, okay, what's moving today? And most swing traders, we want to look at something like TI strength, right? So this is all the settings that you need to do, right? You can enable notifications or not. You can do the chart settings, day trading, swing trading, and investing. This is basically a day trading is an intraday chart, and then the picture-in-picture chart's a daily chart. Swing trading is the main chart is a daily chart. The picture-in-picture chart's a weekly chart, and then investing, so on and so forth, right? Investing, I think, is weekly and monthly. Then you can check your layout, whether you want a dark or a light. This bar, whether you want it to be compact, I usually leave it compact like that. And then whether you want your single stock window to be tabbed, or that's it. But this is it for settings, right? So it takes, anybody really quickly to learn, because it's all kind of built in here, right? And then you can notice that the charts are the same as the downloaded version. And that's something that we're looking to expand out. They're going to have more. The charts from the downloaded version are going to get this screen up here. That covers things like, just keep our Amazon theme going. It's going to have all this fundamental data if you want right on the chart. If not, you can just click that little button and it goes away. So someone's asking about merging. We are hoping to take everything, and you're noticing that if you go into the downloaded version, for example, if you update your version, you now have access to heat maps. So if I go here, then I right click and I go show as tree map, you see that this is from the web version. So we're trying to slowly, right? So the charts are pretty much the same. This heat map version view is pretty much the same. The races are the same. The single stock window is the same. So we're merging them. But the way we're having it set up now is that we are going to allow more customization to the web version, but it won't be as fully out there and wild as the downloaded version, because basically what we're targeting is a bit of two different markets, right? If you're someone who really needs a customized scan, and you really need to go deep and tweak every little setting and all of that kind of stuff, then you're going to be someone who uses the web version, or the downloaded version. Sorry. If you are someone even like myself, as soon as we get the Market Explorer up there with TI strength and some of those, because I'm someone who basically just scans the market each evening when the market is closed, sets some price alerts here or there, and then when the market's open, I'm only really focused on those price alerts I set the day before. I would be very suited with the web version. Another thing that we're working on is to make it so you can have multiple tabs of the web version open and running data at once. That's not an us thing. That's a New York Stock Exchange thing that we get our data from. But we're working on figuring that out too. So uh, I could see a future in 6 months or a year in which I don't use the downloaded version at all, because I'm not one that I need to go in and like I've just been around long enough that I know there is no magic scan. There is no, oh, if I find this one scan, I will be a millionaire trader. Uh, I know that doesn't exist, and I know the traders that look for that are usually the ones struggling the most, because they're not working on a strategy. They're just looking for the scan that will be the savior to their bad trading. So what I need for my trading is I need the price alerts. That will be up there soon. And the beauty of the price alerts when they're up there soon is they will work. You can't see it because I'm only sharing this window. But we all have web browsers. You know how you get an email or a notification in your web browser. And if you're on Windows, I think it comes in the bottom right. And if you're a Mac user, it comes in the top right. It will be the same with price alerts. So I'm excited for a day in which I've done all my scanning on trade ideas in the web the day before, and I've set all my price alerts on maybe an iPad when it's not freezing out and I'm outside having a beer or something. Um, and then I open up my computer during the day and I just pay attention to that top right hand corner when a price alert comes through and it says, hey, this stock has hit this level and that stock has hit this level, and things like that. And that's kind of what we're working towards, because this works if you go on your phone or your iPad. Let me just shrink this down. It will just look like this, right? And I do this. I go on my phone all the time with trade ideas now, and you can just scroll through what's going on here. Right? We've sized everything so as it gets smaller, you can see all the UI elements just shrink and adapt, and you get this kind of portrait view. So I do this all the time if I'm at the gym or out somewhere and I'm monitoring a stock. As long as it has a web browser, it will work. So from the iPad, I do that a lot. From the yeah, so an iPad, it will work, Android tablet, basically anything, as long as it has a fully featured web browser, it will work. So yeah, I all the time go on my phone and see what's going on in the market and click a few buttons and read the news and all that kind of stuff. So it's good. What's the best ideas? Again, so I would recommend go into if you're looking for swing trading ideas, I would highly recommend going into a new and dock channel bar and then going to TI swing picks. And through here, you will get this relative strength algo. And then you click through and you see which of these you like and what price you may want to get involved and for what reason, and do your own research and all of that, because otherwise you are up the creek without a paddle. So this is one that I really like and I use a lot for swing trading. And then also for swing trading a lot, I use the Anchored View app channel. Right, so this is looking for stocks that are pulling back to an Anchored View app from a large gap. And I like the look of this one. It's one I use all the time, just if I'm trying to look for things to bounce. But between those two, I would say I get most of my swing trading. I'd say I get most of my swing trading ideas through TI Strength, to be honest. This crisp is one that I'm watching here. It just engulfed like all of this action. If we get a close up here, I kind of like the look of this one. It's a 20% short float. Let me just check on some of my other. This SRRK is one that I was watching. No, that doesn't look good. AIO. No, that doesn't look good either. So no. I'm waiting for the market to kind of wake up a little bit till I do a lot of swing trading. It's just because we are, it's the first day of the year. It's the first day after two. Like, this is a shortened week, and the last week was a shortened week. In the overall markets, I kind of expect just some chop. Right now, I've drawn out this one, and then this line. Basically, just as long as we are in this zone right here, I'm not too excited about anything, to be honest. I see some requests. I'll take a look at them. Again, if these are things in downtrends, I'm just going to say they're in downtrends and I'm moving on. Yeah, nothing really too interesting here. This is has earnings soon, so I wouldn't touch it. And then, yeah, this is not something that's moving either. So no opinion on either of those. And I want something in a trend. I'm a trend trader. Yeah, same thing. Right? I don't know why people are obsessed with buying a stock that's gone from $71 to $7. Right? There's something wrong with this company. There's something horribly, horribly wrong with this company. This one's a little bit better, but it's still down half its value, and it's been down like 5 months in a row. And then VGR. Yeah, same thing. Like, just buy companies that are going up. I actually did a video about this where I went, tech is down, but food, drugs, drinks, and Bitcoin sectors are up. Cool. That's how the market works. Some sectors are up, some sectors are down. Yeah, I did a video about this, and I've done a back test where, I wonder if I have it here. No, I don't have it here. Where's the video? Let's go YouTube. That's me. Quiet. I'll go shorts. Just trying to get the chart. Yeah, I did this video right here. Wait till my ugly mug's out of the face. The idea here was, do you buy strong stocks or do you buy shitty stocks? And so this is the back test. So the green line is what happens if you buy the top 10 S&P 500 names based on how high they are up in the position and range. And then the yellow chart is the S&P 500 as a whole. Just showing that you make way more money in the long run by buying strong stocks than buying weak stocks. So anytime someone comes to me and says, "What do you think of this company that's just been getting killed recently?" I'm like, "Well, that's a shitty company, right?" The meme stocks are a perfect example. There is nobody who is long the meme stocks right now who is happy, right? There's a lot of people that AMC has to get back to $400 a share before it breaks even. Whereas if you just take companies that have been moving higher, let's grab ELF, for example, right? Just go into a weekly chart of this, right? At any point, it's way easier to buy and make money and trade from the long side on something like this that is moving higher. I have some theories about why people do the opposite. I think there's like a psychological phenomenon that makes you think that this top of the screen is a resistance point and that the bottom of the screen is support. I think that's what's happening a lot, right? Iris, you just need to go into the settings and turn off the 15-minute delay if you want to take off the 15-minute delay. Sorry. Yeah, there's just a setting in there. But yeah, so I honestly think that's the phenomenon, is they say, "Oh, well, this is the top of the chart, therefore that's going to be as high as it's going to go." But, right, it would have been the top of the chart back here at 50. It would have been the top of the chart back here at 100. It would have been the top of the chart back here at 140. And now it's the top of the chart right here at 150. So it's just, again, yeah, Tim, you're getting a deal, right? And some people think, oh, well, right, this is at the bottom of the chart, therefore that's support. It's like, this is not how it works, right? There is infinite studies out there. You can just go to ChatGPT and ask it, or Google the studies, find it yourself, about that. Buying things that are in an uptrend, things that are in uptrends tend to stay in uptrends, and things that are in downtrends tend to stay in downtrends. So for me, anytime someone's like, what do you think of this chart? And the chart is down, then I'm like, well, this chart sucks and I'm not interested in it. Right. Again, it's why we keep going back to people ask me about swing picks. And I really like the look of these because most of these have been in uptrends for at least a few months. Right. So it doesn't mean it's, I'm going to take every one of these. I'm going to zoom out, but I'd rather see something like Gilead, which is in the high end of its monthly range here and has been in an uptrend since October, than something that's just been killed and it's just hanging out in the middle of its range. Right. So it's just me. To each their own. If you're having a lot of success buying beaten up stocks and making a lot of money with it, then you do you. It's just not I like to go where there is evidence that works to beat the market. And the evidence is that buying strong stuff makes way more sense than buying weak stocks. I do have an example of a style that I did not. The setting for that Iris is under the settings. So you go to the side here and you hover your mouse over this guy and you go to settings and you'll see the setting there that says live or delayed. A style of trading that I've tried that hasn't worked, not recently because I'm kind of stuck in my ways at this point, but styles that haven't worked for me way in the past were buying beaten up names. When I started to focus on strength, my life became a lot easier. Revision to the mean, in my opinion, does not work in the long run. Explain the difference between the MACD and the PPO. No, that's probably just an Investopedia is better to look at that.
Hi, I see you.
Chopping in and out there, Barry. I think that's Barry, or there was like a Martian coming to talk to me. Yeah, you're very quiet and chopping.
Should be okay now, Michael. No, yes, no, yes.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. No, I didn't know I was on mute. I was just saying hello to my dog.
Oh, sweet. Well, you get back to it.
Do you want to answer Marius about, or do you want to answer Luke? I can answer Marius, but you want to answer Luca about the difference between the MACD and the PPO?
Yeah, I told him I don't know. So it's just go to
You told me you didn't? Okay.
Investopedia. Like if I just Google
Okay.
difference between MACD and PPO, I bet you there's an article. The MACD measures absolute and the PPO measures percentage. There you go. Now I've learned. So we've all learned.
Amazing what you can find on Google.
I know. I don't know how relevant that would be to me, but I'm not a big indicator guy anyway. But yeah.
You and me both.
So it looks like there's a whole article here by Femex, who knows what they are. But they have a whole difference between these. Again, I'm not an indicator guy. MACDs and all of that, they're just moving average. They're just fancier moving average crossovers, and moving average crossovers have been kind of disproven over time, in my opinion. Man, is natural gas going to zero, Barry? we going to
Is
see?
natural gas going to zero?
Are we
Well,
going to
that'll
see it?
help my heating bill if it does.
Like, look at this. Look at this chart, Barry. I don't know if you're looking at my screen. Just go to a
Let's
monthly
take a
chart
look.
of the UNG.
Oh, wow.
This is another example of why I don't buy stuff in downtrends. Like, man, from
Mm-hmm.
$100 to five, just
Mm-hmm.
wild. I think that
Wow.
$100 was back. Remember when the whole world was running out of
Yep.
heating oil and
Oh, yeah.
all the perma bears were, this is the end of the world and woe is me and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, like fading those people would probably be an incredibly profitable long-term play. Find like the most depressed human being that you can, and just anytime they say the world's ending and you should buy this, you short it. Anytime they say this is an awful company that's going to zero, you buy it. You probably make a bunch of money in the long run.
Probably,
Well,
but we
until
got,
that person left the game, I guess.
yeah, but there's so many perma bears out there, Michael. They don't, it doesn't matter what the market's doing,
Oh yeah.
and the minute you get like maybe even one red SPY day, oh, that's it. I mean, it's just,
Oh, I remember being on JC's show, and him getting hate because he basically said the bear market's been going since last October, but like
mhm.
objectively has. Last October was the low, and we've been pretty much up in a straight line since then. Um, and yeah, people going after him for how dare you call this a bull market? I'm like, well, what
Right.
would you call it? The SPY or the Nasdaq was up like 40% last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Like just don't stop imposing what you want to have happen and just enjoy the ride.
Hmm. All right, Michael, it is now 101 Eastern time, so I'll let you
Okay.
go. And
All
thanks
right.
again for spelling me. And we will see you next Tuesday, I guess.
I'll see you next Tuesday. Have a good one.
Okay, thanks. Okay, guys, I am now. And let's take a look. I was looking at, looking at a couple of things on my thumbnail charts. So the question about, I'm following some of the questions, or I'm looking at some of the questions now. Somebody asked about docking. Docking. Did Michael answer? Okay. Docking is, I call that an advanced topic. Certainly nothing anybody has to do. It's kind of nice, but nothing anybody actually has to do. Just want to make sure. I think somebody asked that question in the YouTube room. And Coda null. Now we do Coda null. We do not trade. We only scan the U.S. stock market basically. Okay, nothing to do with forex or futures. And Marius, as far as back testing is concerned, well, you take a strategy that you think might be good. You take a look at, for instance, the momentum. Okay, so if I thought, wow, I wonder if I took every single stock that popped through here over the last, and you have your pick up to 63 trading days, what would happen if I did that? Okay, every single stock, and so you back test the strategy. Call it the back test the idea, and you see, okay, you see what sort of an equity curve you get. I can guarantee that if I did this on this, it would look terrible, but I don't care. I just want to see the alerts. But that's the whole idea of backtesting, to maybe test something that you think might work. And if your equity curve looks decent, then you can start to maybe fine tune it, optimize it. Maybe you check to see what sort of maybe there's a good time period to take the trades. Maybe there's a horrible one. Maybe there's a good price range, a better price range. Maybe there's a good minimum volume without curve fitting too much. But that's the idea of back testing. I'm sure you know that. I don't back test. And how to perform it on one ticker, you would just do this. Right click, configure, and symbol lists. It's a drop-down menu. Put singles, put the single sing, or put the stock you want. Let's do Apple, okay? I won't do that because then I'm gonna ruin I'm not gonna see anything else. And then run your back test, okay? Then you run the back test, wherever it is, back test strategy. And again, in a guide, if you want to find out a lot more detail about running, the back testing, I mean, that's basically it. You just run it. You have all sorts of you can start it at a certain time, end it at a certain time. You can practice swing trading with it, but it's all in the guide. You shouldn't see a delay, Laura. The reason I say that, I don't trade through Brokers Plus, but Pepe says, I don't know if Pepe's in the room today, but Pepe is every time somebody says that, he says no delay, and I trust him because I think he uses it. So but I just don't know if Pepe's in the room today. Now, are you talking about scalping like for pennies, Laura? Because then I don't know. Okay. So if you're scalping for pennies, which is tough, I don't care whether you're using Brokerage Plus or going through your broker. I don't know how that's going to work, to be honest. So Pepe says usually there's no delay. Yeah, so there you go. Pepe's saying if you're so what do you mean if you say you're trying to scalp for pennies? Give me an idea of what you're talking about. Trying to make 3 cents on a trade with a 1 cent stop, stuff like that. 5 cents with a 2 cent stop. Depends what you mean by scalping. All right, guys. How did that CRISPR end up doing? CRSP. Yeah, so once it got over this level here, that 67.47, it just seemed kind of bouncing around. But this looks really, really interesting, on if you're looking to swing, so I'm not saying to swing this, but boy, it's got some room. And this had some great news, I guess, all throughout this surge it had. Finley, I have no idea. I don't think we've done I use interactive brokers. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is, I'll just ask, the question, see if anybody uses it. Number one, anybody have Webull and good broker or not good? Okay, I'll throw that out there. We have a question in our YouTube room. I have no experience whatsoever with Webull. A scan that looks for a low below an SMA but closes above it. A low below an SMA but closes it. Well, okay. First of all, what SMA? Number one, your Manning, your Humane, or what SMA are you talking about? Number one. So I'm not sure. I mean, we can show you stocks that are close to an SMA. I'm not sure when you say looks for a low but a close above. It seems to be two different ideas. Can you hear me? Am I on mute? I know most of you can hear me, but okay, guys, I'm gonna have to move on from Remain. I guess you cannot hear me. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Okay. So when you say a scan that looks, doesn't matter. Well, first of all, what SMA are you talking about? Okay, you mean? And when you say for a scan that looks for a low below an SMA, but a close above. Okay, we don't have the 9 at all. Okay. Yeah, and are you talking on a daily chart? Oh, on a 5 minute. Well, that's even, yeah. So on that one, we really can't help you. We don't have the 9 at all. And are you talking about the 9 EMA? Oh no, you're talking about the 9 SMA. And as far as prices are concerned, yeah, give me a moment. I mean, this is what we have, for intraday SMA, and it's not going to help you because they're looking at crosses. Yes, they're looking at actual crosses of like the different period crossing, not a price cross. Number one, okay. and what we don't have the 9 at all. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so we just don't have it. Yeah, we have crosses of the periods, but we don't have, for instance, so when the price crosses the 5 period SMA on the 5 minute chart or the 8 period or 9 period or whatever period really. Well, but we don't we have the 8 period, which obviously is pretty close to the 9 period on the 5 minute chart, but we don't have a price crossing of it. Okay. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. Now, before I do that, give me one moment. Okay, so before I take my video, so D88, this is what I use. Been using this forever before I do my video. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link right there. You'll be at this my homepage. You'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, there's my scan check. There's the scan section, and this is what I use: pre-market actors up and down. Been using that forever. Okay, this will show you the gappers up and the gappers down. Okay, 13, 117, say 118, 128. So I should be back no later than 128. Okay, code or null. I just put it in there. There's my home page. Scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself right now. I'll be back very shortly, though. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Brian, you're talking about on a short, I'm assuming for VTNR. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not seeing too much right now. The LBPT, the LB pH. I'd be really interested to see if it takes out 20 later on. These were the highs right up there. It got right up to that 20 level and then stalled. This is probably up here is a lifetime high. Well, it depends what you mean by a mobile app. I mean, you can use like on your phone or tablets and all that. We have a web-based version that you can certainly use, and it's. I was watching Michael, listening to Michael a little bit when he was on between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room, and he was saying, yeah, you can use it on a phone. The web-based version on a phone. It has been sized accordingly. So I don't know if that's the strict definition of a mobile app, but you're not going to see it in an app store. But you can use it, the web-based version on a phone, and of course on a tablet. Yeah, Michael was going over. I don't. I don't use it. The reason being is that, of course, as a well, I like to create my own scans because I want to have my own price ranges. I want to have my own minimum volumes. I want to be able to customize it a little bit. But I heard Michael talking about, the relevancy, I guess, of using the web-based version. Give me a moment. I mean, this is what it looks like, okay? And this is fine. My problem, of course, is that, I would want a little bit of control over the price range I want to trade, maybe the minimum volume that we're seeing, maybe adding a relative volume. Nothing too complicated though. I mean, I heard when Michael was talking about it, well, the app listen, the downloadable application can be made as complicated as you want or as uncomplicated, quite frankly. I don't complicate it. I mean, these are not complicated scans at all. Not at all. I'm not adding all sorts of things into it. Very, very uncomplicated. But that's why I would not be personally using, this version because I want to have a little bit more control over what I'm seeing. Okay. But if you don't care about that, as Michael was talking about, here's today's biggest gainers. Well, that's a change in the last, the change from the open. Biggest gainers change from the open. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this, but I'd like to have just a little bit more control, put a price range in that I like to see, a minimum volume. I would like to add that relative volume. I'm all about relative volume. But if you're just looking to be kind of fed something without having to do anything, this is fine. Well, as far as trading on a phone, Brian, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think we're really just talking about, being like using the scan on the phone. If you're a serious trader, I doubt very much anybody is trading off a phone. I mean, I may be wrong. Certainly not intraday trading. But if I were using this on my phone, okay, and I saw something, I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then I go to my broker's platform and I make the trade. I would say this is more conducive to swing traders. Okay. I mean, I guess you can have an app for your but I have no experience in that, okay? But I guess you could have your app. I know, for instance, Interactive Brokers, yeah, it has an app, I guess I could use, so I could flip into the Interactive Brokers. But I can't imagine as somebody who is, but, it depends on your style of trading. If you're into something, you want to hold it for the day or a couple of days, and it's not as critical, how, are you late by a couple of pennies? It's certainly not gonna replace, trading, using a desktop computer or a laptop, okay? Not if you're serious, because the other thing about the web-based version, there's no linking, so you cannot, like here, I can click on an alert, and it'll load into my broker's platform, and from there I can trade it. With the web-based version, you cannot do that anyway, so I think the idea is that you would, maybe see something. I mean, again, this would be for. I mean, I would never be doing this, but I mean, I suppose there might be people that will have the web-based version on their phone, take a look, see a stock they like, and then as long as it's not critical that you get in right at the actual penny, then you could go to your broker's platform and trade it. I guess. I it's yeah, again, I would never, not as a serious trader who's going to be trading, a fair amount. I'd never be using a phone to do it. But well, then if you've had no problems, yeah, I was gonna Pepe is as Pepe is saying. So trade ideas does all the heavy lifting. So it shouldn't be a big drag on your resources. So I suppose, if you set up your phone correctly, you do your scanning, and then if you have a quick tab or something to get to your brokerage platform, you trade the stock, I suppose. You guys are talking about Yosh. Yeah, this has been just a wild one, hasn't it? What did they get up to? Almost gone up to that high, 860 and 846. Well, again, Garris, I don't think there are serious people like day traders, intraday traders, scalping like you are, or getting into these low float ones on a phone. No, but I mean, there's nothing wrong if you're scanning for something, you like it, and you may be holding it for a while. I don't. I guess there's no problem with that. Like Michael Nos, when he talks, he's a swing trader. So yeah, you could see something on our web-based version. You could see something that he likes. It's set up the way he likes, but he's not in and out in a minute. Kura. I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. KURA, another another healthcare stock. Look at these healthcare. Some of these stocks look like just like this, over the last 2.5, 3 months. Amazing. And let's take a look at XLV again. Sure, it's still moving higher. Yeah, so we had the last time I looked at it, that was the first little red bar of the day. So it did have an hour down, but then an hour up. Now it's kind of still higher lows are being made. So definitely the healthcare stocks today were the ones to focus on. Guys, I'm kind of watching this FSK Fisker. Is that Fisker? No, I'm sorry, just not. Is it? So I'm sorry, that is not Fisker. I'm just kind of watching this one to see if it can take out this 2029 area. Got some room, a little bit of room anyway. This is FSKKR Capital. Well, here's another one, guys. You can kind of see that, some of these things may be setting up better for tomorrow. But look at Fling here, FLNG. 3022, a bunch of highs there. And then if I get through that, then there's the 200-day at 31, and then up here, 3182. So, I mean, some of these are trying to make the comeback. Of course, this is an energy play. So, as we saw before, energy and healthcare, the two most powerful sectors today, anyway. So, William, what's on tap for you today in terms of keeping the room open after three, if at all? Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open till about 3:55, maybe to 4. Okay. So I usually take off at around 3. I always say later if there's some questions, but I usually take off right around 3 o'clock. But William keeps the room open for another almost an hour. And that's in the main room. So those of you in YouTube, what I'll do for you guys is I'll just put the main room link into YouTube so you can head over to the main room if you want to, if you haven't had enough of talking about trading. Really? A couple of earnings tomorrow? Really? Yeah, that LBPH is still looking interesting. This may have that late day. I mean, we're already at 141, but you know, like a huge push right through this level here, like that, kind of like that, guys. Look at that bid over 20, and that could get it rocking. But look at that, 1968, 1989. Get that bid over 20. This is interactive brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here. Teasing right around that 20 mark right now. 1980, 1989 bid ask. I don't think the bid ever got above 20. And this is basically an all-time high now for LVPH. Now, I don't know, maybe go back 20 years, you might find another high, but for all intents and purposes, it's like an all-time high right now for LBPH. And it did have some news. And you got Guggenheim putting a 32, but I thought I saw somebody else with a, yeah, this is Piper or Cantor Fitzgerald, $55 type target. So we've got a couple of, we have Oppenheimer and Cantor Fitzgerald putting some pretty aggressive price targets on LPPH. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. And the volume is good. The volume's picking up. This is another, well, 20 seconds for this to close, but at least the volume bar. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not seeing too much. I'm just kind of waiting on the 8 to see if it really, really takes out 20, maintains that volume. Okay, guys. Again, I'm not really seeing too much here. Voyager is just kind of resting. Yeah, so you can see right here, I mean, the last, and this is a pretty active scan. The last one was at 136 MNOV. We're at 148 right now. That's 12 minutes ago, Eastern time, of course. And this one was, but the same 12 minutes ago. So nothing in the last 12 minutes. And these are, pretty active scans. Oh boy, that LPPH, it looks like it just, they have to be ready for it. I really have to watch it. I just can't put a price alert because this could just power right through that alert. So I'm really interested to see if we can get the bid over 20. Right now it's 1972, 1979 bid ask. Let's see if we can get the bid over 20. It's such a game being played right at that 20 level right now for LBPH. You see how we get the ask to 20? Ask is 20 right now. 1989, 20. Oh, almost got there. All about the float too, guys. 17 million in the float, very low float. Can I check plug? Sure. For what? Oh, for long term. Okay. Again, I'm not the really, not the person really who talks up too much about long term trades, but okay, this is what I see. Would have to take out five. You can see the high right there. Would have to have some kind of news, I guess. I mean, I know what they do and all that, but I would, would have to take out five, in my opinion. If it does take out five, then your next high, looking left, is 633. So you're not that far away from five. You look at a weekly chart. Yeah, it's a little. I mean, you could say up here would be your resistance, 670, which would be around right here. But I personally I would wait for a five break. That's a high right there is 499. All right, we had some new alerts coming in here. DATS, DATS. Some volume came in. You can see why this is in the momentum scan right there. You can see the volume explosion right there. Now, it's only 79,000 shares, 160. So it really hasn't traded much, but all of a sudden volume coming in to DATS. Yeah, it just happened. You're right. Granted a US patent technology platform for secure group-based access to sets of digital assets. Okay. So yeah, that just hit 1351, 151. Low float. 1.76 million in the float. Ooh, gotta make sure I don't lose sight of the LBPH. Well, you see what it did? I mean, I hit that 20 and then it went right back down to like 1940. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Didn't get it. You talk about a pop through. Yeah, I did not get it. Wow. Well, now we're talking. The high looking left is 2126, 2150. So now it's the high of the day. Well, sugar is or something worse. I had my finger on the submit button in it, but it blew right through. I wanted to get it at 20, 2018 is where I wanted to get it. And it just exploded right through that. I had no chance. Could I have put in a conditional buy order? I guess I could have, but oh well, on to the next one. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just some internal stuff happening. Okay, one last look at my homepage, okay? I don't know how long this code is lasting. Okay, so I just put in my homepage link and I put a promo code New Year 25. That'll get you 25% off. Because when you click on my homepage link, okay, you will see the old code, which is not working right. Well, not working. They've basically disabled it. So the Barry 25 for 25% off will not work. However, New Year, all in caps, 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. That will work. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please come into the room or at least have my homepage, click on whatever promo code is available. This will really help to keep the room free. Okay, that's the whole goal, to keep the room free. And the way we do it is by, if you decide to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just use my promo code. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, the getting started is right there. 10 short videos. We keep about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're listening to Michael in our YouTube room at between 12 and 1, he put this together, series of videos that can help you if you are a brand new trader. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. I was wrong. There was a trade of the week this week, TME. I don't think it triggered though. I think the trigger was 910 or something. Let's just take a look. I could have sworn I saw Steve said he was going to take another week off, but I guess not. Yeah, so the trade of the week is TME. The trigger is 910. It is not triggered. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your production or your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, the pre-market actives up and down. You're looking for the ones that are moving the most in the pre-market. That's a great top list you can use. The halts resumes are over here. Momentum scan is here. And the abnormal option activity scan is right there. I have other scans, of course, that I'm sharing. This is the one that I love, the abnormal option activity combo. If I look at where the alerts were, they were okay, but I'm looking, hopefully going forward, I hopefully don't see something a POL would have been really, really tough to trade. Okay. I cannot control that, of course, but uh-oh, we got a problem with the charts, guys. Just a minute. Let me do a reset connection. Okay, guys, can you tell me, are you having a problem with charts right now? I don't right now oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm looking at the wrong symbol. Oh, forget about it. Yeah, forget about it. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, listen, I do the same thing. If it gets a bid of 22, I mean, it did get up to 22.73. Well, if it ran $20, it wouldn't matter, would it, Jay? If it ran $20 and a 250 stock is okay. But to each his own. You know, you have to share size accordingly. So, I mean, if you were going to risk, let's make the math easy. If you're going to risk $200 on the trade with a $2 stop, you'd only take 100 shares. What do I think of IMCR from our Luca in our YouTube room? IMCR. Well, it's an all-time high. That's nice. Oh, I'm not sure what else I can add. It's an all-time high. Wow. Right, obviously, in the right sector today. I mean, healthcare stocks have been going crazy, all-time high, but I'm not sure how else what else I can add. I'm not saying to take the, I'm not saying to not take the trade. Hasn't traded very much. It's a UK stock, so you have to deal with that. The fact that it does trade on a foreign exchange, also probably. But again, like a lot of these stocks, they've just been on a healthcare stocks. They've been on a tear for 2 months. No, the reason it wouldn't look at is because the relative volume was too low. Okay, that the question was, would it have shown up in my scans? The relative volume was too low. I mean, the relative volume, I think, it's just around one, isn't it? Yeah, just one. So it's not trading abnormally. So that's why it's not showing up in any one of my scans. Doesn't mean it's not good, for a longer term hold, I suppose, but it's not. That's why it's not showing up in any one of my scans. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay. Now the fun begins. Yes. No, I'm using Jacob. I am using our simulator. Okay. Our real time data. I'm not using interactive brokers. Question was, am I using interactive brokers or am I simulated trading? No, using the simulator, our simulator. It says simulator right there. So if I take 100 shares, Okay, I'm just demonstrating how that works. Yes, well, okay. I didn't get a great exit, still in some. I tried to take some off, just over that 23, it just pulled back so quickly. Okay. Keep over 23. I mean, I don't have no idea where it's going. I mean, this is an all-time high. Let me just back it out on a monthly chart just to see if no, so it looks like it started trading as LBPH back here in March. Again, I don't know if this was an IPO, a symbol name change, a SPAC, no idea. But this is where it started trading as LBPH back in March of so over 2 years ago. Wow, almost 3 years ago now. Oof, this is a nice move now. Up to almost 3 times now, 290, 300, almost 300% now. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. So it was an IPO, Casa? It actually was an IPO? Looking at the monthly chart here, this is when it started to trade. Looks like around 16 and did nothing for, I mean, if you were in, I mean, remember now, this is 2021. This is March of 2021. I mean, it's not quite 3 years ago, but you would have had dead money for a long, 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 long time until today. Give me a moment, guys. Well, William, you may be right. This is just on a mission now, this LVPH. This is on a mission. Well, it'll be interesting though to see. I mean, remember now we've got these two price targets, 35 and 40. Could be, what's going to be interesting is what happens with this one tomorrow. See if it has any sort of follow through. So there's a simulated trade. Let me get out of it. Destroy you. So to answer your question, Jacob, yeah, no, I using the using our real time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. Probably cover this a little bit more tomorrow about using the simulator to practice trading. Well, Brian, you may maybe you'll get your 40 or what did you say? 30? 30 something? It definitely had that look, once it took out this 20 level, got that bid over 20. I mean, that really got it rocking. Yeah, I mean, there's no chart resistance, because it's an all-time high. So there's certainly no chart resistance anyway. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, just following some internal stuff. Um, yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. LBPH, or even after hours. All right, guys, 2:34. So good time to ask questions if you have any. I'll be wrapping my portion of this in about 25 minutes, I guess. I'll be heading out at around 3. William will keep the room open until 4, 3:55 to 4. Oh, Klein, that's up to you. I mean, you know, this stock has gone up. It's up 300% now. There are some that think it might go higher. There's some that think it might go lower. So, nobody will absolutely know. 17 million in the float, very, very low float. Had news that obviously propelled it higher today. A good time to potentially have got this was right here, on that 20 break. You can just see all the action right around $20 for about an hour. And then it finally broke through. Now, is this over now? I have no idea. Remember, it's an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance. The bot, it's got nothing to do with the bot. Right. Nothing to do. This is nothing to do with a bot. I don't know what you mean exactly. This is again the reason. It's up 300%. Yes, they had some news, but because of the float, 17 million in the float. But this has got zero to do with any bot. This is all emotional right now. People There are people that think it's going to drop from here, so they've shorted. There could be people hanging on because they think it's going to go higher. So there's no bot in it. Well, not no none of our bots anyway. Not that we really have a bot. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, I mean, the market's been over the last couple of hours after that beautiful move of an hour and a half. We're in that choppy market again. We had this a few days last week. We've certainly got it today. Up, down, up, down. Well, the lows of the day, it's approaching the lows of the day, 471.29. Looks like that's the low of the day. The Dow was actually gone a little negative. So before the Dow was not hugely positive, but it was positive, and it was Nas that was dragging the market down. Let's take a look at so what we're seeing here. These are the major sectors and their change from the opening trade. So look at healthcare, still pretty strong, not quite the 90% it was before, but so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So the 60% in green for XLE, that means that 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are above the opening trade of the day, the opening print, okay? That's what all these numbers mean. And even wow, even consumer staples, 91%. I didn't really think to look at that one, but it was healthcare. Healthcare was the star most of the day. And here's tech. So look at tech, 87%. The last time we looked, it was about 22% green. But tech stocks have been fading again, and you can just look at it. Look at the SPY, and the SPY has made up a lot of tech stocks. So this is a look at the major sectors with respect to their opens, their opening, the stocks that make up the major sectors. And the percentages again, 77% in green for XLV. 77% of the stocks that make up XLV are above the opening trade of the day, their opening trade of the day. Well, in this particular case, the fact that LBPH actually has shorts available, probably for most brokers. I know I got at Interactive Brokers 300,000. Normally, we look and we say, well, if a stock doesn't have shorts available, then there's no downward pressure of shorting. However, I don't know how many people are short, from here on, and they may have to start covering, because this could get. I mean, it's already crazy. I mean, it's up 310%, but it's trade though, Brian. It should be interesting to see what this one does after hours. Even I haven't seen for a long, 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 long time any after hours magic of stocks that have been trading well during the day and then after hours going crazy also. If you're asking me, Luca, I have no idea. I know that stocks like what stock was that? That was ZIM was really active this morning, trader or in that sector, still up there. But I have no idea if it's a bigger problem than is being reported. I have no idea. Well, the good thing about if you're long is the LBPH is that the volume really hasn't tapered off that much. I mean, that's the thing. You take a look at a 15-minute chart, and if I type the symbol in correctly, we'll find it. So you look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume, and that's the volume bar, I think, that popped it through 20 right there. And you can see when you look at the volume bar, people ask me all well, not all the time, but they ask me, "Well, how much volume is necessary?" So I always say it's not the actual volume, it's in relation to the previous volume candles. So when you see all these other can but when you see this one, and that's the one that popped it through 20, okay? That's the second biggest volume bar of the day, okay? I mean, the biggest one, usually, with most stocks, is right at 9:30. It's usually the biggest volume bar of the day. But look at this. This was at that point the biggest, then the next one, and then that one actually now, excuse me, is the biggest one or second biggest. The bottom line is that, the volume really, really picked up once it got over 20. All right, guys, 2:48, getting closer to taking off, about 12 minutes or so. So if there are any questions, please ask them now. And I'll be opening the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, both rooms on the mic. Anyway, the main room is usually open by about 7:30 Eastern time, say between 7:30 and 8, and then I hop on the mic at around 9. Okay, NRBO I notice is showing up now. NRBO, well, that was at 243, sorry, 243. Now coming right into the 200-day moving average. Other Bitcoin or crypto play, ARBK. So the crypto plays at the very, very beginning of the day were huge. There were all these, virtually every stock was looking like this in the pre-market. But since the market opened and Bitcoin has been, sliding from its when I saw Bitcoin before the market opened, it looked like it was up around 2,000. And now it's up about 1,300. So it's dropped about 700, still up 1,300. But most of the Bitcoin plays are probably they're even worse than this one, though, because if I look at ARBK as an example, yeah, I mean, this has actually gone negative. I'm not saying they're all gone negative, but BITO is not negative. But this just went negative now. ARBK. So Mara went negative also. Okay. So, and coin, I bet you is negative. But coin was dropping way before these ones were. And yeah, wow, look at coin. I mean, this was dropping way before the other ones were. Maybe this was a good maybe I don't know, proxy for what was going to happen because now this is down $15. Wow. Okay, guys, 254, 5 minutes for myself. What I'm going to do is I'll put the the main room link in our YouTube room. So if you want to head over to the main room for another hour, William will be there. He'll keep the room open. Okay, so there is the trading room, trading and support room. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now for myself. I don't think certainly not going to do any more trading. The only thing I was maybe looking at was to see whether or not LBPH could close kind of near the highs. Then I was going to watch it after hours, but it's starting to fade a little bit. So I don't know. Okay, guys. So yeah, I think I'll point my hanging around any longer, another 3 minutes anyway. So thanks for all the help, everybody. So I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. So I'm stopping the screen sharing in the main room, and now I'm muting myself and YouTubers. So I put the main room link in. So hopefully you can, if you want to head over, William will keep the room open until about 4 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 also.